All right, we're back again with another not week's worth of stuff, but we got a couple things lined up to look at, I guess react to. And yeah, hopefully you'll find it interesting. Got another debate lined up. Got a video from this leftist guy that people have been looking at on YouTube, and I thought it'd be fun for us to give it a look too, because most of the people I've seen reacting to this video are kind of like center leftist type people, so they like disagree with it, like they're center liberals. They disagree with it because they obviously think that it's painting them out to be like serving the right wing, but they don't have like the background in Marxist like rhetoric in order to actually understand like what's being argued there and like why it's truly terrible. They just know like instinctively that it's a bad idea.
They're mad for the wrong reasons.
Yeah, it's like they know it's wrong, but like they don't really understand what's the true like theoretical underpinnings that are actually justifying all this. They just look at it as like the ramblings of a crazy person, but they're not. It's not that they're ramblings of the crazy person. Is that it makes a lot of sense if you believe in a particular like, you know, economic school of thought, and you have to understand what those like what that grounding is in order to understand where they're coming from. If you don't have that grounding, or you don't have that background in terms of where Marxism comes from and where all that, what they define as profit, what they define as a capitalist, you know, all that kind of thing, then yeah, it just looks kind of like just crazy talk. It just looks like some dude going off on business owners, like, oh, the poor, you know, business owner, the small business owner, how could he be against it? Well, there's a good reason why he's against it. It ties back to Marxism. So yeah, it'll be fun for us to take a look at, because we've talked a lot about what Marxists think, you know, in theory, and why they say the things they do. So it'll be good to look at a dude actually carrying out those ideas and actually doing it in real time in front of us, and for us to be able to kind of deconstruct what's going on here.
I am always down for analyzing why Marxists are wrong.
Yeah, it's a never-ending fountain.
Oh yeah,
a wellspring of content that is. We also, I don't know if you heard about this, but there was a oil leak in Hawaii. Really fucked up, and we'll talk about that. Also, new laws on CNC machines in California, and how they're really fucked up.
They're going after CNC machines, and probably next it'll be 3D printers.
Yes, and then lastly, we have another Scott Horton, another Soho Forum debate. This would be our third Soho Forum debate, and our second watching Scott Horton specifically. And so that'll be on should the U.S. be sending weapons to Ukraine, and he's debating against feminist columnist Kathy Young, who has had decent takes regarding like men's issues in the past, but she's also been super Trump derangement syndrome and like neo-lib shill for a couple years now since Trump came about. So
I mean, that seems believable, because there's plenty of people that were talking about like men's rights and stuff circa 2000, I guess 12.
Yeah, I was gonna say about 12 to 14.
12 to 14, around there. Yeah, when it was big on Tumblr, and you had all the feminism stuff, and everybody constantly debating about it and shit, and like plenty of those
and then
people
the
were
Red Pill
definitely
movie came out. I forget, it was like right in the middle of all that.
And then Trump and all that shit happened, and like a lot of them just ended up going completely crazy. So
And don't get us wrong, Trump should be buried under a federal prison for war crimes.
Oh,
But
yeah,
that's the thing, is
absolutely.
that is like people were always mad about Trump for the wrong reasons. Like
For the
they're
completely wrong reasons.
they're mad because he jokes about grabbing women by the pussy, and we're mad because he helped fund the bombing of civilians in Yemen. One of those things is worse than the other.
Oh yeah,
It's not
certifiably.
not sure which. The pussy thing for sure. Uh, so yeah, on to our first topic of the day. Let me change over the overlay. Oh no, it's already over. Cool. I had it there from the beginning. Good. It's how moderates serve the right. This video by this leftist dude. Let me turn down. Having the background. And
This episode and others like it are made possible by the generous support of my patrons on Patreon. We just did a major overhaul of our patrons-only Discord server, so if you'd like to join our growing community and get early access to every video, consider becoming a patron at patreon.com/second.
by the way, what I just love about YouTube leftists in general is their use of these capitalistic means of supporting themselves. Using
it's weird. They consider crowdsourcing and stuff like that to be not within the purview of capitalism, but it entirely is. Private charity is fine. It's totally acceptable. It's honestly superior to state-run handouts and charity and social welfare programs and shit like that. So I don't see
and
why they have that feeling. But yeah, it's funny. They're like, oh, well, I'm just gonna crowdsource everything that I do from now on. It's like, okay, that was
always allowed.
allowed. Yeah.
That was never against the. Well, I mean, just like that last debate that we watched last week, where what's his name? Epstein. Not Richard, but Eugene Epstein. God dang it, I forgot his name already. But the guy who was pro-capitalist in the debate against Richard
Yeah,
Wolff.
Epstein.
Where he was like, yo, like everything you're talking about, like
Eugene.
co-op, Gene Epstein, that's right. Where
Gene
he's
Epstein,
talking
that was
about co-op owned businesses and stores and factories and whatnot. He's like, yeah, that's totally allowed. You can do that. That's fine.
He's like, do it, go
just-
for it. If
yeah,
you
go.
if you can get people to buy it, then why not?
Yeah,
I mean,
and that's the
they're
same
making
thing
that
with
choice.
like my Patreon. I mean, I don't know if it's so much charity as so much as just directly direct funding from the people who want to consume your material. Patronizing. I mean, it is obviously quite literally patronizing of arts directly, and that's free exchange. We talk about, and as anarcho-capitalists talk about ownership being individual, and you own things like the the things that you make with your own labor and your own resources, and if you want to sell those to people who directly want to pay for it and have a voluntary transaction, well, the definition of why voluntary transactions are preferred is that our sense of value it comes from the subjective theory of value, which is different from Marxist, which is the labor theory of value. And I've talked about that in the past, where they look at the cost of the materials and then the cost of the final selling price, and then they determine that labor is the missing factor. That labor turns the materials into the final sellable version. Therefore, all of that difference is due to the laborer. Well, we believe that the value of these things is just subjective. It's valued based off of what people in each party want to transact for it. So the labor, the labor's worth to the laborer is also a thing that needs to be mattered, right? Like, how much is the laborer willing to sell it for? And if he's willing to sell it for cheap, then maybe it's cheap labor. Like I would.
Yeah.
If it's pushing a button in a room for 30 minutes, I'm not going to charge a lot for it. If it's digging a fucking ditch for 30 minutes, I'm going to charge a lot for it. And so me personally as a laborer, I get to decide what my labor is worth based off of what how difficult I think it is. And then the employer gets to decide how much they're willing to pay for it, because maybe I think my labor is worth a lot, but he's just like, well, that's just one element of my entire structure of production, and maybe I could just do this easily by paying somebody cheaper or getting a machine to do it or any other factor. And so the cost or the true value of a person's labor is really subjective, and only the transaction only goes through when our subjective opinions match up with one another, and we both think that we're profiting from carrying out a transaction. When the laborer thinks, hey, I'm better off accepting this wage than not, or accepting any other wage that I could be getting, right? Because the alternative, this is one thing that came up last time in the debate, was that Richard Wolff was like, yo, the laborer is forced to take this wage or else he will starve. It's like, well, no, or else he will try to take another wage from somebody else. Right. And if he can't get a higher wage than the one that is being offered by this employer right here, then I think it's kind of amazing that a Marxist would look at this situation and say that that employer is exploiting the worker, when in fact they are offering the highest wage that anyone around wants to offer them. It's like, so you're telling me that you're like, oh, this person can't get a better wage anywhere else. So you're saying he's offering the best wage around, and he's the bad guy? Like, what do you mean? He's offering the best wage that anybody's willing to offer in the area. That's the best guy in the area. He's the guy. What do you mean? If I was looking at all my employers and I looked at the one that was offering the highest wage and I said, okay, like, wow, what a shitty guy. Like, that makes no fucking sense at all. We're getting way ahead of what's going on in the video, but like, this is the sort of like backwards mentality, or the backwards sort of
backwards mentality that Marxism sort of operates off of.
It's because they have a faulty framework of what value means. Again, the labor theory of value, with just it's the labor plus the parts, no consideration of time preference, no consideration of the subjective value between the people conducting the transaction. They determine externally what the value of each element of the transaction is, themselves, which is sort of arrogant. And again, just misses the whole picture that includes time. And so, we're not even into the video, but I just love that he's already offering direct payment for his services, rather than like forming some sort of content creators union that then shares the funds amongst everyone.
Right.
Yeah.
Good thought. You've read the title, you've seen the thumbnail, you've inspected the element and combed through the metadata. This episode is about moderates, centrists, independents, pragmatists, middle grounders, fence straddlers, and the ungodly, unceremonious, electable politician.
Well, I have as much hate for electable politicians as anybody, but this is generally like this is my take on like these groups of people, right? Centrists or independents or moderates, is that they just generally have a sense of how they think the world should run, or what is right or just, and they definitely have some like political science grounding in them. That could be like in the Constitution, or it could be in some sort of like neoliberal framework, but they're not as they like to think of themselves as more pragmatic. Well, like I said in the video, they call themselves pragmatists, because they think that they're molding they're finding a compromise between theory and what really works in the real world, right? They think they like. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's their whole thing, right? You middle ground, or even being centrist, which, and I have heard some valid criticism. People, when they talk about centrist, who are you actually talking about? Are you referring to people who kind of pull from both sides in terms of like what they support and what they believe, or are you just talking about people who ride the fence and don't take any strong stances on anything? And generally speaking, their whole I don't want to call it ideology, but they've cobbled together this sort of political belief system that just functions on compromise. Which, I mean, if you think about it, compromise never really works out. I get what I want, you get what you want, but generally speaking, compromise tends to work out that nobody really gets what they want at all, and you just end up with a sort of Frankenstein of what anybody wanted in the first place.
So they view people like us as extremists, and rightfully so. We are extremists in our own right, but it's extremists grounded in fundamental principles, right? What's called first principles. And so I feel like it's
consistency.
It's rational to be an extremist in this regard, because the extremism is like in opposition to slavery, right? And slavery in a non-superficial sense, because you'll get, again, leftists arguing for the same thing, right? That they are against human exploitation, against slavery and how they view it as well. And so that's why good theory or good grounding in political theory is important, because we have to basically build our concept of what is right from the ground up. We have to start with, okay, what do we even view as an individual, and what rights do pertain to them, and why do those rights pertain to them, and how do we build up societies from there, and how do we build up a framework, a political framework from there. And we have to make sure that these ideas make sense, and that's why it's good to explore them and argue them from both sides. And as we've often argued here, we just view the leftist, the Marxist framing of these realities as wrong. They have their own ideas of how, and they're for as much as I don't like them and as much as I think their views unconscionable, at the very least they try to conform their ideas to the theory. And I don't want to say I like them more than centrists because of this, but at least it's a certain quality that they have that I have to give them credit for. Whereas centrists just are able to, at least when they're criticizing the left, they're able to sift through the babble and see why it's kind of just why it's babble to begin with. But their problem is that they think that they have the same arguments against the right wing when it comes to that, especially anarcho-capitalists, and they like to think of us as too extreme and not wanting to constrain capitalism enough.
We have a utopic worldview that's not based on human behavior.
Yes, and this is
unlike putting evil people in charge, because if there's less of them, then for some reason, humans are inherently evil. So if we put a small group of them in charge of everyone and then vote on stuff, that gets rid of the evil somehow. That's a rational worldview, right?
Exactly. No, it's exactly right. And well, that's why I wanted us to look at this video too, instead of like the centrists and centrist kind of liberals that have been doing it on YouTube lately, because they're criticizing it from their knee-jerk disagreement with the ideas being presented, but they're not actually addressing the underlying theory that goes into arguing these positions. And just as they can't really do it with anarcho-capitalists, a lot of them can't really do it for Marxists either. And so it's really easy for us to hear their anarcho-capitalist positions and easily see why they're completely missing the mark in terms of where we're coming from in principle. Because they don't even know what the fucking principles are, know what the stances are. And that's the same way that they treat the left too, and the Marxists, the extreme communists and all, is that they think of them as wrong on a surface level, just understanding of those opinions not being right, but they don't have the grounding to actually criticize.
It's weirdly fitting that we're talking about this week. I think it was Wednesday. I was chit-chatting with a couple of my coworkers, and two of them they're good guys. We hang out a lot. And generally speaking, we are good at talking, and they're both pretty, I'd say, center moderate in terms of most stuff, because they do kind of move back and forth depending on the issues. And I'm way the fuck over here in just being an anarchist, and they know I am. We've talked about it before. And yeah, we were talking about just this. I can't remember what the exact subject was that we started talking about it, but it was funny because I kept trying to explain the concept of positive anarchy to one of my coworkers, which is not. It does have to do with anarchy and that kind of stuff, but like the concept of positive anarchy is that you can't to break it down simply, you can't make the whole, like, one person cannot make the whole country turn to anarchism, and then you have the the issue of free will. Some people simply won't want to, right? Which is fine, that's their choice. So, as an individual, instead of attempting to create an anarchist society within one that is not, you step back from um, that society, I guess, in certain ways. You follow laws if you determine that they are moral and correct, and you don't follow ones that are, is like a good example. Um, you know, you stop at stop signs and red lights because it makes sense and you don't want to crash into other people, not necessarily just because it's a law. And that's how a lot of people tend to live their lives and they don't necessarily realize it. So, like, it's a fun concept to bring up with people that are otherwise opposed to the ideology of like anarchy. Because, you say anarchy and a lot of people are like, oh my God, it's going to be like Mad Max, which is exactly what he said. I thought it was really funny.
Yeah,
Um,
that's very often.
and
Or of course we get the Somalia
yeah,
comparison, which is
Somalia.
again funny because of reasons that we've gone over in the past podcasts.
Yeah. Which we did actually talk about that too. But my main point that it upset him a little bit, and then he calmed down, and then he was fine, and we talked about it, and I think he kind of understood where I was coming from. So he kept saying that he's like, well, positive anarchy, it just can't work. You'll never get people to accept it. And I'm like, Jared, you're trying to argue against the concept of anarchy, and you're saying positive anarchy, and you're not understanding the concept that I'm trying to get through to you. He's confusing the two, and it happened over and over and over until I finally explained it to him. And the way I explained it to him, I was like, Jared, you keep saying that like individual people cannot, live in society by picking and choosing to follow laws. And he's like, yeah, it doesn't work. You'll never get that system to work. And I was like, Jared, you sell drugs.
Yeah, we
Like,
both choose to follow or not follow laws
you're
all the
you're
GD
living
time.
it. Like, he sells weed, and I'm like, listen, buddy, you're living it. Like, you're actually living it right now. Like, I hate to burst your bubble here, but like, you have decided, and in my opinion, I mean, I don't think he's wrong, that selling drugs that people want to use, and it's weed. I mean, really, come on. But selling drugs that people want to use is not morally incorrect. It might be lawfully incorrect, but it's not morally incorrect, and you're not hurting anybody. And if somebody is choosing to, use that drug and it does somehow affect their life and it ruins their life, well, they're choosing to do it, and they're an adult. They're an adult person. They made a bad choice and it did something to them, right? So there's no real victim here. You're not hurting anybody. They're making a choice. I was like, but you yourself are also making a choice not to follow a law that you think is unnecessary or otherwise that you don't think you should follow.
Yeah,
So you're
and
living it. You're living the concept.
there was an article, I forget how long ago, that said something that the average person breaks at least 3 laws a day or something like that.
At least. And like, they don't
And
even realize it half the time. Or it's, they don't think that it's a big deal. And I'm like, that's it. That's positive anarchy.
exactly, and and there's a reason why right-wing anarchists also say that all cops are bastards, right? And it's because they sign up to enact violence on all of these people, right?
Yeah, I mean, they sign up to enforce every law. They don't selectively, well, I'm going to enforce this law, but not this one. And it's like, no, because you'll be reprimanded and fired if you do that.
Yeah, and
Like,
so they agree to enforce all of these, and they understand, right? They have to educate themselves on these laws, obviously. And so they're intimately aware that many of these laws criminalize peaceful behavior, criminalize people doing no harm to anyone else. And they decide that they would like to take upon the job of enacting violence against these people.
Yep.
So by the very nature of that job, it is something that, like, by the very nature, you sign up to be a violent thug on behalf of the state against innocent people, and there's no way to morally justify doing that. So when we say that all cops are bastards, it's not because we think that every cop is going to go out and like beat a motorist in the streets if they pull them over and they get annoyed. It's that pulling a motorist over for expired tags is in and of itself a violent act against somebody whose only crime is not paying the state its, fucking yearly or bi-yearly fucking tithe. And that is not something that somebody should, be potentially locked in a cage over.
Yeah, or fined. Like, you're having to pay money to the state as punishment. I mean, let's call it what it is. You're being punished for
Right, but the thing is, even a supposedly non-violent fine, it has the threat of the backing of the state's violence behind it. Because if you don't pay
yeah,
the fine,
it absolutely does. If you don't pay the fine, then you go to jail. And then on top of that, it disproportionately affects people that can't afford fines. And it's
exactly.
a stupid system in the first place. Usually you get fined for shit that, in breaking a law that required you to pay money in the first place. So you have to pay money. You can't pay the money. You get fined for not paying the money, and now you're just further in debt, and it's a vicious cycle. And it's like, gosh, it's a good thing that they're not doing that on purpose in order to just generate income. That would be, evil.
Imagine. And yeah, I've said, and I know I'm not the first. I know I got this from somewhere else, but I've said that all laws in the books should end with "or else we'll kill you" after it, because
I mean, it is true.
If you don't pay the fine, they send you to jail. If you resist being arrested because you're like, listen, man, I don't deserve to go to jail over a fucking fine, then they'll try harder physically. And if you resist harder physically, well, they'll fucking put you down. And that's ultimately the threat of every single law, no matter how small the stated punishment is on the paper, or else we'll kill you.
And that was the hang up with my coworkers that they kept coming back to, is they're like, what if you didn't have cops and you didn't have the law, then people would just be running around doing violence. And I'm like, well, people are already running around and doing violence. It's just kept out of your sight, and the people that are doing it have badges. Their whole thing is like,
I just don't believe that people are going to be less able to keep the peace in their own neighborhoods if the power was taken away from city and state thugs. I don't fucking buy that for a fucking second.
Yeah, no, it's a goofy concept. And, their thing was like, well, if, social order broke down, people are inherently evil. And I'm like, okay, so people are inherently evil. What are cops? What are politicians? What are judges? What are jury? Like, they're all people. So they're just ripping their own arguments apart. I'm like, you understand how this
There's no way
like,
to fucking square that circle. It just
you
does
believe
not
that
fucking
people
work.
are evil, but you think that certain people should have more power, even though they're inherently evil? I don't understand. They're like, well,
that's where the centrism comes in, right? Because it's like, oh, they're evil, but we need to compromise to then not to do away with the bad. We need to let a little bit of authoritarianism into our lives, and I just don't. Yeah, I don't understand it at all. Okay, on with this video.
It's tough. Like they have things that they believe, but they've never analyzed why they believe them.
Yeah, they just kind of they view it as pragmatic, right? They view it as molding into the real world, and I don't think it's as simple as that. Well, it's because they don't truly understand what they're criticizing to begin with, so they're sort of trying to connect the dots between their gap in knowledge and the real world around them.
Right.
Today, we're looking at everyone's political neighbors in the middle of the street. But
then the leftist comes along, and then this is what they view as compromise. Like, look how we explained what a centrist is, right? Listen to what we just you talked about in terms of the centrists and how they have these goals. They might have some sort of gaps in knowledge. They might have faulty arguments with the theory of both from the leftists and the right, and then the fucking leftists thinks the centrist is that the right wing wants to kill black people, and then the left wing wants civil rights and rainbows and fucking unicorns, and then the centrist is just like, maybe just a little bit of killing of black people, maybe we'll do that. Like, does this seem like a fucking reasonable framing of how this is going?
Yeah, that's a center opinion for sure. That's I mean,
Get this started. Cue the MLK.
First, I must confess that over the past few years I have been gravely disappointed with the white moderate. I have almost reached the regrettable conclusion that the Negro's great stumbling block in his stride toward freedom is not the white citizens' counselor or the Ku Klux Klaner, but the white moderate, who is more devoted to order than to justice, who prefers a negative peace, which is the absence of tension, to a positive peace, which is the presence of justice.
Okay, and so I just want to note how he's going to take this and then twist it into supporting his own sort of, Marxist, like he.
Of course,
He thinks
anybody
that
that's quoting,
the moderate of the fucking 60s is the same as the moderate of fucking
Yeah.
the 2020s.
of course, anybody who starts quoting MLK, not that I think that he was wrong or that all of his opinions were wrong or anything like that. That's a whole different shoebox to open up later. But like anybody who starts quoting MLK, they take little bits and pieces of it, and then they go, okay, cool. Now I'm gonna spin like a whole narrative out of this.
Yeah,
And people on both sides do it.
It's real difficult to parse this shit, especially in real time, because there's a lot of context behind these speeches and behind these words that these guys would rather leave out, that they would rather shove under the table. They would like to say, oh, MLK was a Marxist and he was this and he was that, and the people who quote him in other contexts are definitely misusing him and all this other fucking nonsense. And I just don't buy any of it, because I know the history of leftist propaganda and how they frame history, how they frame even current events. We've seen the lives of all the fucking shit that goes down that we are able to witness ourselves, like fucking Kyle Rittenhouse and all those things. You see how the leftist like propaganda mill works, and these guys these guys are no different.
It's a fucking machine that just churns out bullshit. And I guess they are being crowdfunded, but there's people that do this shit for free. Like, you meet them all the time. They'll just sit around and shill for this kind of crap for absolute free. It's almost pathetic. Like, somebody's not even paying you, and you might even believe this, and that honestly makes me feel bad for you.
And these are the same people who screech about like Russian disinfo, fucking hackers and whatnot.
Russian propaganda. It's my favorite.
Look, I already know what you're going to say. JT, please describe to me in political science terms what a moderate is. Fine, but only because I want to. And as punishment for being so presumptuous, I'll start with the difference between the left and the right. You probably already know the story of the two terms.
Okay, so this is great. I've seen little bits and pieces of this already, but this is a good history lesson.
During the French Revolution, those who wanted to laisser les bon temps brûler with absolute monarchical power sat on the right side of the assembly, their version of the House, and the no-good radicals who wanted to try out terrifying and capricious parliamentary monarchy, sat on the left. This is a...
So my French Revolution history knowledge is not super sharp, but if I remember correctly, the left was at the Jacobins and was generally known as being like extremely fucking violent and just extremely like chaotic, and ushered in the sort of a political climate that then allowed Napoleon to take rule. And they weren't good guys, the fucking Jacobins. Let me just say that. It's why it was pointed out in another stream that I was watching that was looking at this video too, that now we have the openly socialist Jacobin magazine, which is, it's just one of those things. It's like the Young Turks, right, where they took their name from a terrorist group that helped conduct the Armenian genocide. Like, it's just like somebody naming their news organization the Hitler Youth. It's the exact same sort of idea, where it's just like, I don't know if you should be taking that group's name from history because they were fucking horrible. And
no, great idea. If the Young Turks have proved anything, it's that they deserve the fucking name. I mean,
yeah, and so this was the same thing with the Jacobins from the French Revolution, and he conveniently leads this out, right? He's just like, they just wanted a nice little parliamentary system, and then the right wing were the monarchs who wanted kings to rule over us and have authority. People versus kings. And the left-right divide is a very messy one, right? Because we don't view the left-right divide as this French divide between monarchy and parliament. There's a lot of different ideological divides, and there's a lot of ways to examine that ideological divide. Of course, I think that the separated visions, the constrained and the unconstrained vision that Thomas Sowell talked about, is a really good way to look at things, because it's not only just a difference in solutions, but it's a difference in viewing how the problems arise and how humans are meant to deal with these problems. And yeah, I just think this guy's explanation is just going to be very well, let's say biased, let's say one-sided.
It's a pretty specific issue to disagree about. So when people, i.e. academics with too much free time, try to come up with meaningful differences between the left and the right that hold true across most of global political history, you get very vague distinctions between.
The key phrase there is that hold true over most political history. And there's no fucking reason why we would need to do this. Why the left and the right of the French Revolution needs to be the political divide that exists nowadays. Okay, so let's don't use the right anymore. Let's use a different political comparison. Do you and your enemies, like how can you accurately describe how you view society versus how the people who you view as your opposition view society? How can you accurately describe what divide is going on there? That should be where your primary focus is, not in aligning people's beliefs nowadays with the fucking French Revolution.
Right.
Between the two political families. While today we associate the left and the right mostly with their stances on specific economic issues or cultural debates, the most fundamental distinction that you can probably draw between these two is that the left seeks to change society into something new, and the right seeks to preserve present society or go back to something old. In practice, that usually means the left seeks to undermine established hierarchies and distribute power and wealth more equally, and the right seeks to preserve hierarchy and order, since most existing societies are or were built around power being concentrated in very few hands. But
so the elimination of hierarchy versus the preservation of hierarchy. Now this is a little bit more accurate, a little bit more in the direction of where these divides line up. But I also think that, like, as a right-wing anarchist, or quote-unquote right-wing anarchist, our position is that unjust hierarchies exist, like those of collectivists and the state, but that hierarchy as a concept is baked into the temporally limited nature of our existence, right? The fact that we can only do a limited number of things with a limited number of time and a limited number of resources. So we can't do everything all the time with everything. We have to limit what we do because we have we take up a certain amount of space in the world. We exist in a particular location, and we exist amongst a certain timeline, and we have to fit in what we do based off of where we are, what resources we have, what labor we can commit. And so what that ends up with us ranking hierarchically what we value as people and what we want to do, whether that's to feed ourselves, or that's to have fun, or develop ourselves personally, or do whatever the fuck we want to do. We have to create a hierarchy of importance in our minds, or else we just don't act. Every time that we act, we are saying that the thing that we're doing is our highest priority in a scale of things that we want to do. And so hierarchies are baked into who we are as people, because hierarchies are necessary in order to do anything in our lives. If we didn't view anything as better than anything else, then we would just never do we could never do any one thing, because any one thing
make choices.
If any one thing is just as good as any other thing, then nothing ever gets done. But this is very obviously not true, demonstrated by how we all do things all the time, and we all do different things. And so that tells us that our values aren't baked into the things themselves, but rather our interpretation of those things, that our hierarchies and our values are subjective. And some of them are more shared by everybody, like feeding ourselves and, remaining above water with enough time to remain breathing, and all sorts of different things that we share. But there's a lot of things that are different. And some of us would rather play basketball, and others would rather build guns, and others would rather climb walls like I like to do. There's a bunch of other things. And so, there's hierarchies exist, but they exist in a certain way, right? And they're not baked into like, they're not objectively true for everybody all the time. But that's so we can criticize artificially established hierarchies like the state, and unjust hierarchies that are imposed upon other people through violence. But hierarchy itself is not just because, like, we're not just right wing because we support hierarchies in a kind of general sense, but we recognize the validity of natural hierarchies versus imposed violent hierarchies.
That makes sense.
But obviously, such a simple distinction will certainly make you mad. So be sure to comment why and how I've actually gotten it completely wrong in the comment section. I sure would hate for...
Nah, I'm just gonna make my own video and make my own content about it rather than feed your algorithm, bro.
Yeah, that
this
sounds
video
like
to
just
get more...
bait.
Yeah, well, they like people to comment in order to,
make it seem like, that the video's getting more attention.
engagement.
I know.
Anyway, we've lost the plot a little bit here. We're not focusing on either of these groups. We're talking about the illuminated minds who can look past the squabbling of these dirty extremes. Moderates. The people who reject petty ideological battles, and at the end of the day, just know better than you and I. Just listen to how terrible the extremes are in this No Labels video on the Biden infrastructure bill.
We've seen this movie before.
Toto?
No, not those movies. This one.
We will not support bipartisan legislation.
I'm telling the Republican senators that we're not going to stand for it.
The extremes on the left and right are trying to defeat a two-party solution for partisan purposes. 3 out of 4 Americans agree on the infrastructure bill that creates jobs, helps families, doesn't raise taxes, and powers America to beat China. Don't listen to the extremes. Support bipartisan infrastructure now.
I fucking hate bipartisanship.
Well, that's a fucking terrible ad.
Oh yeah, it's awful.
And honestly, like, I don't see how this is the fucking right caving to the ever-shifting Overton window.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I like,
and again, it's like bipartisanship. Like, it's spun as this really good thing, and I can see how it's spun as this really good thing. I get it, but I just can't help it. Every time I hear somebody say bipartisanship, all I hear is we're gonna compromise and you're gonna lose something for something that you did not fucking want in the first place.
Yeah, and
I mean,
actually, something just occurred to me now that was really interesting. Something just occurred to me now that's really interesting is that, so this is kind of like how what the moderate position, or what like the middle position is politically, as it kind of naturally occurs because of remember the other video that we watched, I think it was like 2 or 3 weeks ago, on why government doesn't work or whatever, and how the politicians end up shifting more and more to the center, or we're incorporating both sides of people's desires, to the point where the two opposing candidates are basically just slightly different from one another, and they're giving everybody the middle ground of what people want rather than what they actually want. And so this is like that's what's actually happening, right? This is a like
perfect
that
example.
This is that, being exemplified in reality, and how that actually works. Now, so you see kind of like how our side, again, we're examining how our side explains moderates versus how he's going to explain moderates. And I think, obviously, like, I think that we're right. I think that it was explained extremely well with, it was, God I forgot the economist's name now. I've seen his video like a dozen times already. But anyways, yeah, just like that video, you know, explaining why government fails. You know, that explanation not only made sense, but it was very well grounded in terms of like the logic of all the parties involved, right? And why they act out these things, rather than now he's got a different idea about this.
Cool. Okay, fine. Let's be a little bit more charitable and actually understand what's going on here. Centrists and moderates in the US, the two terms are pretty much interchangeable, are people and politicians who are not entirely satisfied with the political programs of either major political party. Unlike people who reject both parties from the opposite ends of the spectrum, moderates are most at home in the supposed bipartisan middle. They usually like saying things like, "We're neither left nor right." We'll get to that sentence in a minute. But first, we might want to understand centrists a little better. If we are to assume the definition of left and right as historically transcendent terms about the stance one has towards present society and
See, again, he's going with this idea of like historically transcendent. And
Yeah,
I
but it's
don't
not.
know why that's required.
It's not. I think that's just kind of it's a standard that he's set because it favors his explanation of things, but it doesn't necessarily make sense to do it. It doesn't make any sense to me.
It's just like a sticking point that I don't know. It's convenient for his framing, but it's not. It's not
Convenient
really
for
required.
his framing. But that's the thing, is that's why it's required. It's convenient for his framing, and that's the whole reason it exists. I think that's why he's going with this sort of, you know, definition of understanding this, which is goofy.
Ooh,
I just
this-
have a
and
hard
now
time comparing moderates.
I don't know if we
sorry,
should
go
do
ahead.
this today. No, because I was actually thinking I have another great video we should watch from this. He's a history channel called Tick, but he does a lot of videos on political theory as well. And he's read in Austrian economics, so he does it from like that perspective. He has like a 5-hour long video on Hitler's socialism, which is really, really great. And we could watch that at another time, but he also has a really good video on the origin of the ideas of private versus public property and private versus public society. And that's a really good one to understand, again, just the very bare bones of political theory, and like even what the idea of what it meant to be a private citizen or a, you know, democracy or any of those, what all those terms kind of, how are they tied in historically. And it's very, very educational and kind of enlightening in terms of understanding how everything is framed currently.
Okay.
That one's only like an hour long, and so I'm considering maybe popping that one in today. We'll see.
It's not too bad.
and
yeah.
values like egalitarianism, being a centrist doesn't really make sense. Over time, movements that start out on the left, like liberalism, republicanism, or even parliamentary monarchy, become solidly right-wing movements without ever changing their ideology because they replace the old right and become contested by the new, more radical left. In such a position, centrism becomes nothing more than a conservative ideology. Its prime directive is resistance to change, and as a result, it's not, as they claim, neither left nor right, it's just right-wing. It might have been on the left in yesterday's society, but now that the goals of the old left are the established order and have become the new conservative right, preserving present society with only incremental and moderate reform, which is what centrists believe in, becomes a profoundly conservative worldview. And it makes sense that this is where moderacy settles, because it has to compromise between two completely opposing ideas: changing society in a new way, or keeping it the same. Think about...
And this isn't really, again, how these divides work.
No.
Because they're like, I want to change society in a radical way.
Oh yeah.
What? I mean, fucking the right wing thinks that we're extreme, you know, and we're extreme not in the senses that like we're more racist than them, or, you know, like that, whatever fucking cartoonish aspect that this guy might want to make up about the extreme right. If you give me one of those political compass tests, I am in the bottom right corner, like in the fucking nook of that bottom right corner. It's literally because they have a score out of either 100 or negative 100, right? And so 100 is over to the far right, negative 100 is over to the far left, and then for the other scale, authoritarianism scale, obviously negative 100 is to the far bottom, is the extreme anti-authoritarian. So my score is like 100 as in off to the right economically, and then negative 100 as in to the bottom fucking authoritarianism wise as well. So you don't get more, you know, extreme than what my supposed view is. And yeah, I want to change society radically in a new way, but in a way that's consistent with individual rights rather than collectivizing people and ignoring individual humans. That's why I say that, you know, communists and leftists in particular don't believe in human rights, because they don't believe that rights are granted to you as a person. They're granted to you as a symptom of your class, you know, or a symptom of whatever group that they want to loop you into.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that I think collectivism suffers from in general.
And this is why they don't get that, you know, I call fascists and national socialists left-wingers, because they are not individualists and they're not anti-authoritarian. And
oh, absolutely not. No, they're far from it. I mean, that's also why, despite being accused of being, you know, on the right a lot, we also butt heads with the authoritarian right all the time, because our you know, being right doesn't necessarily have to do with what they're thinking of when they accuse us of being right wing. We might be right wing economically, but in terms of like social freedoms and stuff like that, we're not. You know, we think that the complete absence of the state is the ideal.
Exactly. And so, obviously, again, his framings are all over the place here.
Classic centrist statements like, "We just need a mix of socialism and capitalism," an idea that makes absolutely zero sense when you understand the two ideologies and that their base disagreement about the ownership of the means of production makes them fundamentally incompatible.
He's got that right, at least.
You got to give it to him there. This is a very true statement. And I actually don't remember this part in the video when I saw the other kind of centrist aligned people reacting to it. But I want to go back and look at this part, because I want to see how they react to being categorized this way and to being criticized this way. But that's actually pretty correct. And well, because a lot of the times these leftists do understand at least how their leftist theory doesn't align with neolib and neoconservative thought, because it's not grounded in political theory so much as, again, compromise and pragmatism and whatnot. So yeah, they can sometimes throw out some accurate jabs.
Okay, this all might seem a little confusing. Let's get away from the theory for a second and look at something concrete, like the Biden brand of centrism.
I know how to make government work.
And see, I wouldn't even call Biden a centrist.
I'm sorry.
I'm
laughing at something completely. I know how to make government work. That dude doesn't know where the fuck he is most of the time. Oh my god, that's extremely funny.
That cue card or whatever, that fucking cheat sheet from the other day is just, you take your seat, motherfucker. Yeah. But I mean, again, it's just framing as that like Joe Biden's some sort of like centrist, right? No, he's a fucking establishment shill. Okay, so there's a difference between like centrist solutions generally versus like politicians who want to appeal to the greatest to the majority, right? Their compromise on their ideas isn't based off of like how centrists generally view how politics should run. Theirs is just based off of what will net them the most votes.
Right, and I mean, the idea that like it's the same as when people claim that oh fuck, remember when they were claiming that Bernie Sanders was a centrist?
Yeah, that's
Because
a
their
great one.
claim was that if he's not an extremist, then he's a centrist, and I'm like, how far to the left does a person need to be before they consider them not a I mean, Bernie fucking Sanders, like,
Yeah.
really?
That's a really good one. Yeah, we got it in the comments. He's saying, Tick is based. His logistics videos cite the socialist calculation issue. Yeah, the socialist calculation problem was first introduced by, well, I don't know about first, but it was definitely famously introduced by Ludwig von Mises. He had an article about it, and then he later incorporated that article into his greater book on deconstructing socialism as a whole. And that's a great concept. I definitely want to go over with you sometime. Maybe I'll look up the Tick video that cites that later, and we'll watch that another time. And then they say in the comments, his most recent videos are based on praxeology. And praxeology is again, this idea that was developed by Austrian theorists that was basically to use first principles like man acts and man owns himself to then deduce how economics and ethics works, rather than to start with your ideas and sorry, no, not deduce, to fucking not deduce. What's the opposite of deduce? Induce? No. But anyways, to start from first principles, like from the base, and work your way outwards, rather than like look at a situation and then try to apply your logic or your ethic to that situation from the top down. And so
Okay.
And so that's
I get what you're saying.
So yeah, that's like the difference between like using math and this sort of stuff as like economic analysis. Basically, it's the idea, because the thing is that economics is too complicated of a subject to really examine like statistically and mathematically, because there's a lot of factors that we could be missing out on or ignoring or just ignorant to, right? When we like look at the price of coffee, or we look at the price of whatever fucking thing in the world, if we just say, oh, between this time and this time, these were the changes made, and then therefore we deduce that these could be the factors that contribute to this problem. And then we kind of try to whittle things down from there. Rather than do that, what praxeologists do is that they say, okay, well, man acts hierarchically to achieve his goals. Therefore, what man does is on his higher ranked, order of things, of values. And therefore, if we, keep in mind these concepts, if we make coffee more difficult to obtain, in the wild for whatever reason, or if coffee becomes more difficult to obtain, maybe because of the weather or something, therefore the price of coffee is going to increase. So it takes what we know, like axiomatically about the humans' desires and the way that humans rank their actions, and then we try to induce how those effects are going to trickle down into more complex situations. And rather than take the complex situation and then try to, figure out the factors that compromise that complex situation, because doing it that way, we're not really guaranteed to think of all the things that could have been affecting that. Versus like if we start from the bottom up, we can start where the waves begin rather than where they ended up. And this was a really shitty way to explain praxeology, by the way. We'll definitely look at it. We'll look at another video later on that. I think when the Mises University comes around, which I think should come around soon because it's July and it usually happens. But they have like a week-long like conference where every day they put out like 5 different speeches, and they do it for like 6 days or 7 days or so, and they cover a whole range of topics from markets and praxeology and rights, and it's all Austrian, like Mises based scholars and things, and so it's a great resource for that sort of thing.
frenzied about it, but because I've done it. I've worked across the aisle to reach consensus, to help make government work in the past. I can do that again with your help. To me, our principles must never be compromised, but compromise itself is not a dirty word. Consensus is not a weakness. It's the only way our founders down the road there thought it was the only way we could govern. It was necessary. It was designed.
I wonder how that worked out.
It requires consensus.
This speech is Biden's Freebird. Biden, like pretty much every centrist, is a big fan of...
Is Freebird? I don't even remember anybody talking about this speech at all.
No, I mean, I've never heard it, so...
Yeah, I don't know if it's this grand Biden accomplishment that he's painting it out to be. And I mean, just like most things that he spouts off, it's just empty platitudes and nice flowery rhetoric. But at the end of all of that is just do things the way that I want to fucking do them. And I'm doing it because it's reasonable. And if you don't agree with me, you're unreasonable. And this includes like the funding of some of the most horrific wars that the world has ever fucking seen. And that's not centrist.
No, it's not centrist at all. Well, again, it's one of the overt and window shift. You know, what's the center is what used to be extremely far left in terms of things that were considered acceptable. And
that's one thing that I got to respect about this guy is that he acknowledged that the Overton window is always shifting to the left.
Right.
And I didn't really, because I haven't watched this whole original video. I only saw bits and pieces of other people reacting to it. And so I hadn't seen that part where he basically admits that, well, you know, we changed the world and then the right wing suddenly agrees with us for a bit. And, you know, we've seen this happen. And a lot of people want to deny that it's happening. They think that the right is like making up this new rise in society. And it's just laughably pathetic. Well, now they think of it even more so with the... No, they think it's happening even more so with Roe versus Wade being overturned. But
that everything's shifting to the right over and over again, and that we're becoming more and more right wing. When he's basically admitting that no, that's not how the right-left paradigm even functions in the first place. That it is inherently shifting left constantly.
Yeah, and Paul says, what president in the past 50 years hasn't said fluff about bipartisan compromise? And again, that's true because of the reasons that we went over a couple weeks ago with the Why Government Always Fails video, is because the way to get the majority is to appeal to the majority. And the way to appeal to the majority is to not be extreme. And both candidates are going to be as majority appealing as possible, which means they're going to both be as center as possible with the minute little differences in certain areas. And that's how you get, you know, that's how you win an election. And
I mean, at least the stuff that they campaign on, not necessarily what they always do, but the stuff that they campaign on, tends to be have very little difference.
And this is not a problem with centrism as like an idea in terms of like how, you know, political centrists actually view things. This is a problem with how politicians operate, because they, by their very nature, have to win by a majority. And so this is just an inherent problem with first past the post style voting, but, you know, democracy in general. So,
of compromise. Reaching across the aisle to get past political gridlock is the doctrine of American centrism. And when you hear him talk about it, you can kind of get sucked into the idea.
I love that. I wasn't going for a fist bump right there. I'm just holding my fists. right there.
Fan of compromise. Reaching across the aisle to get past political gridlock is the doctrine of American centrism. I thought he was going to go for a second one for a second. And when you hear him talk about it, you can kind of get sucked into the idea that this form of compromise is what makes politics, and therefore society, progress. It appeals to our vision of the democratic ideal. A society in which everyone gathers around the table to discuss an issue and then comes to a mutual decision that compromises on the various interests represented by the assembly. And if, after all, nobody compromises, we might very well not get anywhere. In American politics, this is anything but democratic, though. And far from leading to the progress we're promised, we get a government that stagnates or actively pursues regressive, reactionary politics. Take immigration.
So it's far from democratic, is what he says. Which this is exactly how democracy functions.
This is exactly how democracy functions. Like I don't see how he's gonna spend this to be. I mean, that's how it functions. That's how it's always functioned. Like sure, I guess they're coming to the conclusion that this actually isn't ideal, but that doesn't mean that that's not how democracy works. It just means that it doesn't function to their ideal sort of belief as to how it works. It's like no, democracy is founded on the idea of compromise.
Yeah, it's people, democratus, people rule, and
Well, especially a representative democracy, right? Because then you're not even at a pure democracy anymore because you're supposed to be trying to avoid this tyranny of the majority.
and the problem with like political education, like again we went over in the other video, is that the idea behind representation is that like all of the individual citizens don't have the time to educate themselves on all the subjects,
Right.
so they elect people whose job it is to be the educated ones on these subjects and act on behalf of those who elect them. And
Right.
boom, this is the people ruling through their elected
is what you get.
representatives.
This is exactly what you get every time.
Over a
Was a Moonlit Matt. He made a tweet the other day that was he's like, I'm just gonna start saying, well, that's democracy for you. Whenever people complain about things, it's like, oh,
yeah, vote harder.
your abortion rights were taken away. Well, that's democracy for you.
Should have voted harder about it. Yeah, I need to get a Twitter now, I guess.
I don't use that much at all, to be honest. But you got some little gems every once in a while there.
year, we heard just about every Democrat call out the very real far-right policies enacted by the Trump admin at the Mexican border. One of these was the invocation of Title 42, a policy choice that might as well be called, oh, it really is just that easy. At the start of the pandemic, the Trump administration used the pretext of national health and COVID-19 to close the southern border pretty much completely. Nobody comes in, and a whole lot of people go out. It was a brilliant success for conservatives and reactionaries, and a massive step back in immigration law. And to this day, Title 42 still stands. No, sorry, that makes it seem like people aren't paying attention to it. The Biden administration is defending it tooth and nail in the courts. True to the spirit of compromise.
But again, this isn't a difference between left and right. This is I mean, the neo-lib, like the political Democrat establishment types like the Obamas and the Bidens and the Pelosi's and all these, they have been openly anti-immigration or pro-immigration control for a very, very long time. Obama was considered a deporter-in-chief because in certain ways of measuring it, he deported more than Bush did. I think even in his first term, he was notorious for having deported more. And it depends on your definition of a deportation too, because there's different types of deportation. But in certain ways of measuring deportation, he had deported more people in his first term than Bush had in his 2 terms.
Yeah, and I think some of the big criticism there was that, like, technically he did deport more people, but some of those were multiples because of their sort of like catch and release policy, where they would just catch them and deport them and release them, and then the same people were crossing again and getting caught again and getting deported again, which, I mean, yeah, in some sense it makes sense, but it's like, okay, but still deporting them, it still should count. And it's not like he caught him the 3rd or 4th time and said, oh, okay, well, you've tried really hard and I think you should stay this time. Like, no, he's still deporting them.
And being against illegal immigration in general was considered a mainstream Democratic position when Obama was in office. When he was, even during his election before all that, he had times where he spoke about how things needed to be done the legal way, the correct way, and he was talking about illegal immigration and what should be done about it. And of course, we all know that the kids in cages started with him.
Oh yeah, that's been a thing for a long time. And I mean, I remember I remember Obama campaigning on this kind of stuff. I remember it. I watched it on television. I was in high school at the time.
And
Um,
it's not even like the establishment of certain criteria or certain qualifications in order to benefit from socialist programs. That's not like an anti-left-wing position. It's not like the Soviet Union or China or any of these like openly Marxist left-wing run places are also incredibly like, you know, open immigration, right? And just allow everybody in, and then allow everybody to benefit, and nobody needs to, you know, work or contribute to the system. It's like, no. People were forced to work under the pain of death, and if they didn't, they were sent off to forced labor camps anyway. There was, it's not like they just let everybody into the country and decided to integrate them into their perfect socialist utopia. There's no left-wing, there's no left-wing fucking you know, utopia or established state that is like primarily left that also has like incredibly open immigration standards. Even places like the supposedly socialist friendly Scandinavia, like what do they have in their country? Majority white people with like very strict immigration. And I mean, there's some places that are exceptions now with the whole like refugee crisis going on, but overall even Canada has strict immigration policy.
We have to be. You can't have massive taxpayer-funded social programs and also have this huge influx of people who are using those programs but not really paying into them. Like it's not sustainable. Like that's how you collapse the system, is by overloading it.
Exactly. And Shale in the comments says, thoughts on Eric von Kuhnelt-Leden, whose name I don't recognize. I don't know, so I'll look up who
the fuck is that? Sorry.
I do not know that name, so I'd look him up, but sounds like a German or an Austrian of some sort. And yeah, maybe they were important in Austrian economics at some point, but I don't recognize the name. I do remember, and I know some really fucking weird names. Like obviously before Mises was Karl Menger, and a contemporary of him was Eugen von Baden-Bawerk, which is just a mouthful to say.
Incredible.
But that's a great, like that's a fantastic Austrian name, I got to say though.
I mean, you'll probably have better success than I will. I've said it before, I'm not really the economics guy. I don't know a whole hell of a lot about it. So this has been a learning experience for me. Just in the course of doing this podcast and stuff, I'm learning all kinds of new shit. So this has been fun, you know.
Yeah, it's good to kind of like bounce these ideas off of someone and kind of see how they resonate with somebody who hasn't been exposed to a lot of it before, but kind of also understands generally where I'm coming from politically. So it's been a good, and I think it helps me in terms of being able to understand these ideas, to talk them through and to explain them. And I used to have a boss all the time that was just like, okay, you know, we train you in this stuff, but really I don't consider you to know this stuff until you can train somebody else in doing your job. And so, you know, that was one aspect of, you know, my job with him, was to then train anybody else who came along. And, you know, it's beneficial to just be able to talk it through and mull it over with another brain.
No, it's good. I definitely understand. I mean, I can be completely incoherent about stuff that like I understand, but I'm trying to explain to somebody else, especially if I'm if it's something that requires you to kind of go way, way back to like a core concept before you can like build from there. I'm really bad at that shit.
Eugen is pronounced Eugen. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Eugen von Baden-Bawerk.
Eugen.
Changed the application of the rule so that it would no longer apply to unaccompanied minors, but on the back end has used it to expel around 700,000 migrants, far more than the Trump administration ever achieved with its paltry 450,000. Simultaneously, Biden has also continued the construction of the border wall, has led the infamous Do Not Come campaign, and left untouched migrant detention facilities.
As if we didn't fucking call it, you know? As if we didn't declare this shit 2 years in advance.
It is spooky how often, and I'm generally an optimist, but like in terms of outlook on how things are going, I wouldn't consider myself optimistic, and it is spooky how often I and even just other people, because I'm not saying that I come up with all this stuff. I mean, I get, I read what other people post and stuff like that, and it is spooky how often we've been right lately.
It's
I wouldn't say it's spooky. It makes total sense if you pay attention to shit. You can recognize, I mean, because this shit has happened before. You can see patterns in the way these things work, and if you start looking at events leading up to these things, you see the pattern, you see what led to it. So yeah, you can generally, with some degree of accuracy, predict these things. And it makes it look like you're just kind of predicting shit, when in reality you're just paying attention to what's going on. I wouldn't call myself an incredibly perceptive person. I miss shit all the time. Or I don't see things from the same perspective as other people. But I'm perceptive enough to know that certain things are coming that are very bad.
The funny thing about all this too is that when, for example, the immigration stuff was going on with Trump, people were trying to paint it as this new rise of, right-wing fascism or ethnic, racism and stuff. And then a lot of us are saying, no, this is just run-of-the-mill American authoritarianism. This is stuff that fucking mainstream Democrats are on board with. It's stuff that mainstream, neoconservatives are on board with. They
been going on for a long time.
Both want these perpetual warfare things, and this guy comes along and is like, well, this is just a natural, this is right wing being normalized and stuff. It's like, no, this is authoritarianism. Have you never heard of a fucking political compass? Can you not understand the multiple axes that economic freedom and free markets are not the same thing as immigration control, and even respect of private property is when you would that's the ultimate immigration control position, right? Is that this is my property, not fucking yours, and you can't be here. You can be right, anywhere where somebody with private property wants you to be there, but ultimately the property line is the most sacrosanct borderline that must be respected under any circumstance whatsoever.
Well, it is a political compass. It's just a very flat one, lacking the axis, of authoritarianism versus libertarianism. It's just a left-right paradigm with no context in regards to, unrestricted or restricted freedom. So, if you look at it from that perspective, it makes sense, because they're just claiming that, everything on this side, regardless of whether or not it's more authoritarian or not, is right-wing, and everything on this side is left-wing, and the left is not authoritarian, and the right is authoritarian, and because the right is fascist, and the left is communist, and communism can't be authoritarian. I mean, no way.
It's a fucking mess.
Yeah.
You'll remember them as concentration camps during the Trump presidency. Now, it's not that Biden has done nothing for progressive immigration politics. He's reinstated DACA and done work to reunite separated families. But the majority of his platform has been tweaking Trump-era policies in the spirit of compromise, rather than reversing them entirely and treating them like the indefensible right-wing policies that they are. Centrism
that started under Obama. And
yeah,
yes, he did, introduce the Title 42 policy. And one thing that is obviously left out of the Democratic summary of what's going on here is that the whole deal with minors is that there's a large industry with smuggling people into the country, right? That this is done by people who make a living out of doing this. They're called coyotes.
It's a massive industry. Yeah, it's a massive industry.
They're called coyotes, and anybody who's Hispanic who grows up in Southern California knows what coyotes are. Coyotes. And I'm not, I was from, my mom came into the country legally. Then she overstayed her visa. Well, she was married to an American citizen, so she had citizenship then, but then was divorced, overstayed her visa then, but I was living in the country, so I was technically her anchor baby. And then she got citizenship by the time I was like, I don't know, 5 or 6 years old or something like that. But so I was not, and she's from Colombia, so again, she like flew over here, so she didn't like come over the border, like smuggled in or snuck in or anything like that. She had a visa to come here originally, but even I knew growing up, because I grew up in Southern California, I knew what coyotes were. I knew that they were part of gangs, right? That they were these violent guys who could sometimes, demand ransom for their services, right? Or they would only smuggle you across the border. Then they would charge you an exorbitant fee for doing that. In order to pay off that fee, you had to work for people that they were connected with in the country. And, people like that would maybe make women, work in sex work, or, and they don't check ID, right? They would be, teenagers and shit, being pimped out to pay off the cost of smuggling them into the country. And they do this with minors all the fucking time. So it's important that when like these kids are coming across the border, if you truly want to protect the immigrant, that you don't just believe them when they say that, oh, this is my mom, this is my dad.
Yeah, I mean, you have to screen for that kind of thing. Otherwise, you're enabling human trafficking, which is great.
But they didn't want, they just heard this as kind of like a right-wing talking point, and they don't give, it's like, yo, this is a reality. Human trafficking across the border is a reality. Your bleeding heart liberalism doesn't save these kids from this life. And it's fucking infuriating as somebody who like has seen firsthand how these fucking guys like are ingrained into the immigration system, the illegal immigration system, right? Of bringing people in and exploiting them when they're at their weakest.
Which, yeah, I mean, it makes sense that this would be a thing. Like, it sounds, you're vulnerable, and now you're trusting somebody who you don't know, but has promised to take you across the border to basically not fuck you over. And generally speaking, that's like the exact person who's gonna fuck you over. It makes total sense,
Yeah.
And it seems like it would be a real problem, and it is a real problem, but nobody wants to acknowledge it because then they start having to admit that there's an actual real and moral purpose to doing this thing that they, have been opposing.
Yeah, and it's just about screaming because the right did it and the left did it, and now they're like, oh, well, the right did it, and now we're not undoing it, therefore the left is just like the right. It's like, well, no, the authoritarianism doesn't want to give up its power. That's very fucking obvious. And that has nothing to do with the centrists, that we find, that you just find, at your local bar or whatever, right? Like these people who don't consider them extremists one way or the other. And they advocate for compromise between, let's say capitalism and socialism or whatever, what have you. That's different from a career politician just trying to get, garner 51% of their constituency's vote. These are two very different phenomena occurring.
Yeah, it's completely different. They happen for different reasons even. So
isn't incremental progress in these circumstances. Malcolm X said it best.
You feel, however, that we're making progress in this country and worldwide?
No. I will never say that progress is being made. If you stick a knife in my back 9 inches and pull it out 6 inches, there's no progress. If you pull it all the way out, that's not progress. The progress is healing the wound that the blow made. They won't even admit the knife is there.
When reactionary and far-right politics are so dominant in a society as the...
So, when you think about right-wing ideas being dominant, do you think of the fucking Patriot Front?
Oh,
these fucking guys, like nobody takes these guys seriously. I don't know a single like right-winger who thinks that these fucking guys are real.
I do, but I don't take them seriously because they are an actual like out and out admitted fucking Nazi fascist on Tumblr.com. So
yeah,
like
there's like what 5,000 of these fucking guys, like in like not in Patriot Front, but like 5,000 like openly, like, you know, adamant like white supremacists. Like it's in the 4 to 5 digits.
And they're always like the kind of I describe them usually the best as the kind of people who support things like eugenics, but would absolutely be the victim of eugenics.
Would fail the fucking test. Yeah.
Oh my god, they would fail all of them. Like, come on. Like, I mean, yeah.
And but I mean, you know, what was everybody who was anti-authoritarian right screaming as soon as these guys showed up on the scene? Fed.
I mean, we knew they were feds. We know they're feds, and like the more shit that they get into, the more obvious it becomes that they're feds,
and
or at least some kind of plant, you know.
And nobody, like, okay, so like a couple dozen of these guys went out to Philly, and you know what happened here? They got ran out of Philly by the citizens. Like the fucking people, like there's no like needed to be like organized counter protests. Just the regular ass people were just like, fuck you guys, get the fuck out of here. Like they've failed at every fucking turn to do anything serious, and nobody likes them. Nobody thinks they're real except for like a very small subset of idiots,
extremely stupid people. And that's the other thing is the kind of people that fucking defend them start yelling about, well, what have you done? What have you done? Blah blah blah. And it's a funny question on its face because it's like, for you,
I've not made a fool of myself.
Our fucking ideology doesn't align in the first place, so I'm not going to do anything that you would consider, you know, progress towards your goal, because I'm not a fascist. So that's kind of a stupid question. It's like, but on top of that, like, what have they actually done? Like, nothing. They marched around with flags. They got a lot of good photo ops. They've stirred up a lot of, you know, of the left wing, claiming that now there's Nazis marching around constantly. But otherwise, they've done very little in terms of, like, you know, function, except for the extremely important function of proving, quote unquote, that there are increasingly violent and out and bold groups of Nazis. So it's like, okay, so who does this benefit? There you go. That's who they are. Like, don't tell me they're right wing. They're not. They're very clearly
qui bono, as the saying goes. Who benefits?
They're very clearly there in order to you know, sort of push this narrative that
to become the boogeyman and the scapegoat that the left needs.
100%. They're a plant. I mean, come on. How anybody could believe that they are not is beyond me. And you've got to be the most fucking gullible retard in the world.
Just a group that sprang up out of nowhere with a bunch of fucking people that nobody's ever fucking heard of, with a bunch of equipment that's pre-bought, like all this pre-fabricated protest
cute
equipment.
Little uniforms. They got cute little uniforms with their every single one of them is which that's not exactly proof, because it's like, yeah, if you're gonna go out and you're gonna protest or do really anything, like, I think you should hide your identity. That makes sense. We live in a surveillance state, so do it. That's important. But yeah, it's just goofy on its. I mean, come on.
Well, you remember the alt-right themselves is like, they didn't really mask up a lot. They kind of wanted themselves to seem like, to make ethno-nationalism respectable. You know, that was their attempt. They sucked at it. You know, the Richard Spencers of the world, they were fucking stupid as hell.
And now Richard Spencer's like a flagrant leftist, which is really funny.
He always was. Like, the thing is, he was anti-capitalist that entire time.
Yeah.
And the only because you know, shock of all fucking shocks, ethno-nationalists are left-wingers because they're collectivists.
They're collectivists.
It's like the logic stems from the same fucking place. And there's somebody talking about all this. Who is it though? I don't know. Who could possibly have been calling this out the whole GD
Somebody.
time?
The U.S. and so regularly find their way to institutions of power, or are baked in right from the start.
Again, you know, they baked into, you know, institutions of power. Yeah, the Patriot Front. You know, these just powerful ass motherfuckers who have so much ins in the institutions of power. And again, again, more money for more police. This isn't a free market, laissez-faire attitude. If he wants to go back to the French Revolution, right, or the French fucking framing of how things work. Let's talk about laissez-faire. Is this laissez-faire? More money for more police? No. He doesn't want to, acknowledge the anti-authoritarian right. Or the pro-authoritarian left. He wants to make it seem like the pro-authoritarian left is just the right wing compromising with the right wing. Is the left compromising with the right wing by allowing authoritarianism in? And it's like, no, that's not where authoritarianism comes from. It doesn't just spring up out of the right wing, and that any authoritarian leftist is therefore a compromising leftist. This is not.
It's not how that works.
No, this is not the proper framing. And so, yeah, it's just horrible in terms of trying to understand things. And it's just a poisoning of the well and not how things work.
Start. The centrist stance of compromise and incremental retroactive change allows for politics to jump to the right without ever really coming back. How many politicians today pretend that there's a reasonable compromise between the "we need healthcare" left and the "we need an ethno-state" right?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, that's... Wow. I mean, that's it, right? That's it. Those are the only two positions. You're either "we need healthcare," a honestly fucking extremely milquetoast mid-tier way of explaining the left's actual position on healthcare, right? Because that's not their actual position on healthcare. "We need healthcare" is a very unoffensive, unassuming, watered-down way of saying we need state-run, state-subsidized healthcare.
And well, so the Mott and Bailey argument. I think we've talked about it maybe before, or it's been discussed. And so this is a prime example of that in action. And so, they paint an innocent position, like people need healthcare provided to them, with the state needs to steal from you to provide you with a healthcare system that may or may not be efficient in terms of distributing things to the way that people need them to be. And like us, we believe that everybody should have healthcare too, but we think it should be distributed through voluntary means. So we can paint these dichotomies really fucking easily. We can say we need healthcare to be provided through voluntary market means, and the left wants healthcare to be provided through theft, extortion, and threats of slavery and imprisonment.
Yeah.
Oh, that suddenly seems really fucking unfair. But actually, our position is much more accurate to what's really fucking going on.
Right.
And
it's not unfair. It's like the actual, argument with context and everything that's going on. It's not this friendly to up version of things.
And as far as the right being, we need an ethno-state, it's what modern politician of any success.
There is no running politician that's advocating for an ethno-state. It's not happening.
No. And the closest that they can get to is Donald Trump. And of course, he's never professed to be pro-ethno-state or pro-white supremacy. In fact, quite the opposite. You've heard him explicitly condemn white supremacy at least half a dozen times.
Yeah. And I think it kind of goes back to that. Well, there's also a very good reason why there are no pro-ethno-state populatians running around talking about creating an ethno-state. Well, it's because nobody would fucking vote for him.
Yeah, it's an incredibly unpopular idea.
Right, it's not how politics works. Like, they're going to try to appeal to the middle. Again, you're calling them centrists and then claiming that they're appealing to an absolute fringe.
Unless of course that the ethno-state is Israel, and then that's another topic entirely.
Oh my God,
we won't get into that here today.
Yeah,
maybe another time.
I mean, if he had said that, I could have agreed with it. At least I could have respected that interpretation. But at the same time, it's also, again, framing. Like, I think that the people that fundamentally ardently support Israel don't necessarily understand it that way. They don't understand it as an ethno-state. Otherwise, they might.
It's actually
have to
quite
stop and
ironic
consider it.
that it's quite ironic that the state of Israel is like the nationalist ethno-state, like carried out to one of its most like how do I put it? How it would be an
conclusion.
ethno-nationalist fantasy to have what Israel has, basically.
It is extremely ironic that, you know, in escaping Nazi Germany, they have effectively tried their damnedest to replicate it where they landed in a lot of ways.
Goliath, the movie, I think is Goliath? No, well, there's a book called Goliath, and it was by not Aaron Mate, but the other guy, one of the guys from the Gray Zone who we've seen, who've read articles from, but not Aaron Mate. It was the other guy. But anyways, he's got a book because he's Jewish American, and so he was able to go to Israel and as like part of his like birthright, pilgrimage or whatever as an ethnic Jew, and so he could get into places that were exclusively for Jewish blooded or Jewish family people and interview a lot of people, and it's very interesting. But then he also had like a companion video documentary that came out around the same time, and it's very illuminating in terms of how nationalistic and just frankly racist the mainstream it's just mainstream nationalists in Israel are. It's super fucking interesting.
I believe it.
Title 42 still stands because the myopic compromise of moderate ideology fails to take into account longer political trends. There are, of course, some exceptions to the rightward shift of American politics, but the attachment to moderation at all costs makes any left-wing legislation a blip in what is otherwise a sea of reactionary bravado.
And of course, again, this idea of moderation at all costs is what we want. Like, nobody fucking preaches this shit.
No.
So it's just he's doing his fucking damnedest to just create this fantasy world where leftists are constantly losing battles due to moderate whitewashing of imperialism or some such bullshit.
But most centrists don't like this, and that's not how they think about themselves. They don't like the idea that they're just a mushy average of the left and the right, or a simple tool of conservative politics. Instead, moderates describe their stance something like this. I don't care whether something comes from the left or the right, I just look at the idea and judge it on its own merit. Here, the tricky centrist thinks he's gotten us. We couldn't possibly disagree with the idea of sensibly considering multiple options and forming an opinion based on rational cost.
Again, another fair and balanced framing of how the political divide actually goes.
Yeah, this guy's just like extremely fucking up his own ass.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, I expected it. Don't get me wrong. I'm not shocked. But like, I'm sorry. I can't stand pretentious people like this, especially if they're gonna fucking lie and be pretentious. If you're right, whatever. But like, if you're just gonna fucking lie and try to be pretentious, it pisses me off anymore because it's like you're not just an asshole, you're wrong.
Yeah, I don't understand this idea that like, well, I do understand the idea that viewing that not adopting your solution is tantamount to not wanting the solution or the intended goals of that solution to occur.
Or not wanting a solution at all.
Right.
That's my favorite. If you don't want our solution, then you don't want to fix this problem.
And we've gone over the criticism to this idea. We have a, I have the fucking quote like loaded up into the fucking quote shotgun because it's the most relevant quote like of all time in any fucking political discourse against a leftist, and it continues to be relevant even though it's 70 years old at this point, 170 years old, and it's the Bastiat quote. The ever famous Bastiat quote where he tells us that the socialist, like the ancient ideas from which it springs, confuses society and government, and says that if we don't want a thing to be done by government, we don't want it to be done at all.
We don't want it to be done at all.
And they continue, like, we would get new arguments and new quotes if this didn't continue to be fucking relevant at every GD turn, but it does. And how pathetic do you have to be? How fucking stupid and ignorant and backwards and behind the argument do you have to be to make arguments that were disproved 170 years ago?
Because the ideology never changes, right? It turns out that leftists were the real conservatives all along.
It's
incredible. They don't want anything to change. Not even their own fucking ideology changes.
It's just amusing in one of the saddest ways possible.
And benefit analyses, and he's right, but at the end of the day, centrism falls right back into the same place whether it sees its role as averaging out the left and the right, or picking and choosing from each side. And that's because the Overton window is so small and so skewed in the US. The choices centrists make are limited by the acceptable politics they are contextualized in, and the American political spectrum being so stunted toward the right with only figures like Bernie Sanders and his social democratic politics even approaching the left means that centrism will by default fall into the conservative, stagnatory.
And as opposed to the Mitt Romneys and the Donald Trumps and
Bernie Sanders barely approaches the left according to this clown.
But his argument is that the mainstream Republicans accurately approach the right, which they fucking don't.
No.
And that's the thing he's missing. It's like, well, maybe establishment politicians are just terrible at carrying out the will of the people that they represent. Maybe this is somehow an inherent flaw of, representative government, democracy in general. Maybe there's a lot of criticisms that they have. No. It's like they're not leftist enough because right-wing, respectability politics is just so dominant. And it's just fucking stupid.
That's what it is.
Or even regressive role. There just aren't that many options to choose from, and they're mostly on the same side anyway. Even if the centrist voter is a careful and considerate pragmatist who doesn't blindly follow the party line and thinks entirely for themselves on every topic and political debate, the inevitable fact that they will be picking and choosing policies from the fascistic Trumpism in the Republican Party and the neoliberal capitalism of the Democrats, to the extent that they can even be differentiated at times, means they'll never actually consider.
Again, I'm not disagreeing that the left, like the establishment left and right politicians, aren't substantively different from one another. I'm not going to disagree with them there entirely. I mean, there are very subtle differences between them, but ultimately they are both part of the same, neolib, neoconservative, authoritarianism, mainstream politics package that we get. But again, you want to compare the explanation given by the right-wing economists when it comes to what was it? I forgot what the goddamn economics school that he was describing was. Not consumer economics. It was dang, I forgot exactly what it was called. Let me. It had a specific name. Why government fails. Public choice politics, or public choice economics. That's what he called it. And so he's examining, that was the school of examining how incentives work on a market, and then applying that to government and examining the differences between the incentive structure in government versus incentives in a market. And, that's how you get the difference between how voters act in terms of what they would like to see versus how they act when they have a particular choice of politicians. The politicians act when they want to be elected rather than, what they want to do. And then how the bureaucrats act because they have the incentive to, further their own office and their own government position there, rather than to carry out a service to the people who are serving them, because they're not being paid directly by the people who are serving them. They're being paid by government. And so that's what the kind of approach to examining the pitfalls of government was public choice economics. And so, you know, when we, so you want Anthony Davies was the economist that was in that video. And so you again look at how he described that from the public choice economics standpoint, and how we would expect this sort of authoritarian centrism to arise from the nature of democracy and government solutions to problems, versus how this guy explains what's going on here. It's just this paranoid kind of like, oh, the right wing is winning, like fantasy of his. And it makes infinitely less sense than the explanation given by Anthony Davies.
The full range of political debate because the left isn't prominently represented. The result is the center conserves,
as opposed to, you know, like the anarcho-capitalists who are truly represented everywhere.
Oh yeah, we've got who we have the one guy, I think.
Well, and like the anarcho-capitalists or the extreme like laissez-faire pro-market libertarians weren't even fairly represented in the Libertarian Party up until very recently. It was full of was it left-wing libertarians? Left libertarians were like infested in the Libertarian Party up until like a little while ago, a couple months ago to a year ago, when the Mises Caucus started taking over and being voted into positions of power in the Libertarian Party. And so now the Libertarian Party is being taken to a more free market position and a more like Mises economics position than it was before. But you know, the pro free market position wasn't even dominant in the Libertarian Party, let alone in mainstream politics. And so if we're going to compare the Marxist leftist view of how things should be done, we shouldn't be comparing it to mainstream right-wing, right-wing politicians. We should be comparing it to extreme right-wing, pro-market, pro-capitalist advocates like anarcho-capitalists, because that is the equivalent extreme. So yeah, if he's pointing out that things are getting more centrally mishmashed, then that's one thing. But he's trying to, argue that things are getting more right-wing when we would be considered extreme right-wing, and we're definitely not pleased with how things are going.
No, not at all.
More than it progresses. And when it chooses to conserve something built by the right, it actively engages in regressive, reactionary politics. There's also the issue that politicians who call themselves the center aren't really doing so in good faith. While they may represent the center between elected officials, the actual center of the American people is far more to the left on many key issues than the center of the American political class. Just look at this clip featuring celebrity centrist Joe Lieberman.
Your new book is called The Centrist Solution. You were a famous quote-unquote centrist senator. And yet my issue with that word is that centrist doesn't necessarily reflect the American people's views. I want to pull up some polling. Here are some of the measures in that Build Back Better bill that quote-unquote centrists like Manchin and Sinema want to get rid of. Here's how popular they are. Hugely popular across the spectrum. 83% support, 84% support, 73% support. And yet you and Joe Manchin and Kirsten Sinema oppose many of those measures that the American...
How many people support like free puppies for all, or like, free unicorns? About
sounds amazing. I love a unicorn.
Magic healing Bacta fluid from Star Wars. I'm sure everybody would love that shit. And this is why democracy is terrible, right? Because if we put it up to a vote for what people want to happen, they just want to steal from others and give themselves free shit.
Of course.
And turns out that stealing is wrong, no matter what you do. Like, no matter who it is coming from. And when you frame this as a thought experiment of, okay, is feeding or is healing a sick kid a good thing? And they're like, yeah, okay, if I there's a sick kid in the hospital, and I leave the hospital, I grab a gun, and I go down the street and rob somebody at gunpoint so that they give me money to heal this sick kid. Is that a good thing? And they're like, well, I don't know about that. I mean, you can't just fucking go out and hold somebody up for some fucking money. It's like, hey, well, that's your government solution. You know, that's what's happening here. This is the process and how it works. It's that it's a forced donation. And those two words don't really mix together very well.
No.
And so I don't really give a shit how many people want to point the gun at the guy down the street. If it's 83% of the people in America, those 83% of people are fucking wrong.
Yeah,
And
I mean, the popularity of something does not necessarily speak to its morality at all.
yeah,
Of course,
and
all the people on the right side of the gun are, who stand to gain the most, are going to want to do this thing. That doesn't help the. I mean, the guy on the wrong side of the gun is not somehow now not the victim.
yeah, and I kind of want to go over a couple of these. Let's so negotiating drug prices, prescription drug prices. So one thing that keeps healthcare prices high and artificially high in this country is that you cannot buy insurance across state lines. And this was one thing that actually I was floored when Donald Trump made a reference to this during his original campaign, his first campaign, when he's talking about how when he ran a business and he wants to get healthcare for his workers, he correctly noted that he's unable to actually choose what he wants to do because there are artificial lines of limitation drawn up across state lines. That means that if he has two businesses, one in one state and one in the other state, and one state has a healthcare plan that he thinks is great for all his workers, he can only buy it in the state where it operates. He cannot buy it across state lines. So that the second state is forced to then choose from a different pool of healthcare options. And that means that the best option, even if it exists in another state, cannot be chosen. So this drives down competition amongst healthcare providers. And so this is a symptom of not allowing the free market to operate. And there's a lot of other ways that we can point out that healthcare regulation contributes to the raising of healthcare prices. So again, this is something that can be addressed from the right-wing perspective, that being able to afford healthcare or being able to have access for healthcare isn't something that free marketers are against. It's just that we believe that the reasons why this is unachievable right now is due to government regulation.
Oh yeah.
And
I mean, a great example is insulin. I know I bring it up a lot, but it's like a really good example.
Sure.
Is insulin. The only reason that insulin is as expensive and hard to get as it is because only 3 companies are allowed to produce it. If an actual free market existed for insulin, every time one company tried to raise the price too high, another company would come in and produce it and sell it for less. You wouldn't have to pay so much money for it. It would be so much easier to obtain. The initial point of even selling the patent was that nobody should have the patent on it. Nobody should have the monopoly on it because people need it. It's not just like you can't not take it. You'll fucking die if you need it. And now it's effectively a government protected monopoly, and that's why the prices are so high.
Yeah,
so,
patents and intellectual property in general is another libertarian, like a controversial libertarian opinion, because a lot of free marketers rightfully don't view intellectual property as real property, and that's another explanation for another day. I could go into another 10 minutes on why I'm one of Tumblr's foremost defenders of eliminating intellectual property laws and protections. Even though I do support people who create like art and things like that, I just think that the ability to make a living off of that isn't benefited by intellectual property. And yeah, again, it's an entirely other discussion, but we have solutions for these things. We have other perspectives and other ways of of benefiting society other than the leftist solution. And one thing that I love again is these tax hikes for the wealthy, tax hikes for corporation. So for one, like the supposedly socialist Scandinavian countries, like Sweden in particular, has lower corporate tax rates than the United States does. And as for like high tax hikes on the wealthy already pay a majority of the taxes. I'm gonna actually it's good to look them up.
Like a huge amount.
Yeah, I don't have this already lined up, but let me see if I can find the good with the actual stats of it. So let's see. Rich bear Americans tax burden. Okay, so here we have so the blue, we have the adjusted gross income of everybody. So the top 1% make 20.9% of the gross income earned in the country, and that's the same as the 25 to 50%. Right, of the country here. And so if you include the entire bottom 20% or the entire bottom 50%, hold on, sorry, I'm reading this wrong. So yeah, bottom 50% is they earn 11.6% of the gross income, total adjusted gross income, and they pay 2.9% of the federal income taxes. I think it's federal income taxes. Individual income rates and tax. Yeah, I think that's right. Versus the top 1%. Again, so they earn 20.9% of the income, and they pay out 40.1% of the federal income taxes.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you add up all of this, because obviously so bottom 50%, that's 2.9%. That means that the 50% to the 100%, they are the ones that pay 97% of all federal income taxes. So then the question becomes, what is a fair share?
What does this word mean? Because we need like a specific definition, because it's said a lot, but like nobody ever really defines what they mean by like a fair share. It's a completely subjective term.
You can get any leftist in this trap, right? Is you don't introduce these facts first. You don't introduce what the actual pay structure is or the income structure is for these people. You first do the Socrates thing and you say, okay, Mr. Rich people should pay their fair share. What does that mean to you? Does that mean that they should pay in proportion to the income that they earn from society? And they're like, yeah, that seems fair. He's like, so the top 1%, let's say that they earn, I don't know, 20.9% of the income in the country. If the 1% of the country earns nearly 21% of the income, how much in percentage of taxes should they pay? Should they pay like at least 21%? Should that be fair? And they're like, yeah, that should be fine. And then that's at the point where you introduce the actual facts of the matter.
Yeah.
Is you say, okay, well, I mean, they fucking are. You're paying way fucking more. And so when you're like, okay, so I just want to make this distribution even more unfair, because you don't want the fair share, obviously, because you defined what your fair share was before you saw the numbers. And it's far more than fair. It's actually leading to quite unfair in a different direction. But hey, you're sympathetic to the poor. You're not sympathetic to the rich. So it's unfair, but you don't care. So how much more unfair does it need to be? Like, where's your fucking line? Where is it really?
Where's the line? Like, where's the hard line here?
What's your standard? What do you believe? And that's like Karen Strawn would say about arguing against feminism. You remember Karen Strawn? She would say it's like sword fighting a fart. You know, they have a position, and then you slash your sword at it, and then suddenly it just dissipates and, you know, forms somewhere else. It's not like solid. You know, it's not actually a tangible thing that you can stab. You know, once you stab into it, suddenly it's vanished. And so
No, that's a perfect way of describing it, because that's exactly how it functions. I mean, you knock that one down, there's something else. Then they move back to another position, or they you know, change or that's not what I meant. That's my favorite one. That's not what I actually meant. What I actually meant was something else entirely.
Exactly. And so yeah, tax hikes. Oh, they'll help us so much. Well, what does fair look like to you? Expanding Medicare. I mean, what the thing about leftists and promoting Medicare is that they know that it doesn't work efficiently. They know that it doesn't actually function to provide people what they need. And so eventually the failures of Medicare are going to be used to justify expanding into universal health care as a whole. Community college, I mean, places with, so again, looking at community college, places with free college don't have better graduation rates than places with paid college. So, you know, what are you going to do? Like, you can't force people who shouldn't be in college to go to college, and that's ultimately being able to afford college is not what's keeping people in college right now. And community college is extremely well supported through subsidies already. And I should know, in California, you can go to a community college for free over here, and I did for a bit, and it still fucking sucked.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's a ton to unpack just in these, you know, quote unquote popular provisions that, you know, people think, oh, just because it's got majority support, therefore it should be enacted. And maybe that's anti-democratic, but guess what? You know, that's good.
I'm fine with being anti-democratic, actually.
Yep, I'm totally cool with that.
Support. So the question is, how in the world does that make you a centrist? Surely based on that polling, Bernie Sanders is closer to the center of American politics and public opinion than you are or Joe Manchin is.
Yeah, I don't think so, but it's a great question. That's not happening enough now. We could probably get some of those good things done on that list if people, instead of trying to push it through, would sit down and talk to each other and agree.
And here we get back to that MLK quote. It's absurd to think that any moderate Democrat or any Republican would ever agree to any of these policies that have overwhelming support among Americans if the only difference was that they were sat down and talked to, as opposed to having things, quote, pushed through.
And it's not like the libertarian solutions, if they're sat down and explained, are unpopular with people, right? Oh, I think people should own their own bodies. You gonna argue against that one?
Most people would not disagree. I mean, it's the same thing as, like, you'd be stupid to say that human right to life doesn't exist, right? Because then you are basically saying that it's okay to murder you. Like,
yeah, there was
you know.
There's a he was a student, or at least a not precursor, but the opposite of a precursor. He came after Murray Rothbard in the Austrian economic scene, Hans Hermann Hoppe, and he had this approach called argumentation ethics, and the idea is that one's right to self-ownership and to respect of individual rights is assumed, or it's implicit in the act of arguing political positions. That if you sit down and have an argument with me, it means that you are demonstrating your belief in voluntary, peaceful resolution rather than violent resolution, because you don't argue if you believe that violence is the key to carrying out your solutions. If you argue against somebody, you're acknowledging that you need to convince and you need to respect people's autonomy in order to carry out the actions that you want. And so any attempt to peacefully come to a solution is implicit in acknowledging individual rights. And then if you acknowledge individual rights, well, then from there you can deduce all sorts of things about property and nature of markets and other things. So all that shit goes further down the line. But in order to establish that this is the correct position that nobody can logically refute, is to point out that their very act of sitting down and arguing a position is an acknowledgement of one's right to self-ownership in and of itself.
Right.
So I forgot what prompted me to bring up argumentation ethics, but the point is that these ideas, like individual ownership, transcend the people who originated their thoughts, right? They actually are implicitly assumed even by people who aren't aware of it.
There is no way that moderate Democrats like Manchin, Sinema, or Biden are going to be convinced by good argumentation presented politely when that is contending with the massive sums of money changing hands to make sure they remain spoilers. MLK made it very clear. The moderates' role in politics is to slow things down to a trickle. Justice gets delayed further and further, never actually realized despite decades of promises, allowing for millions of people to continue suffering injustice and hundreds of thousands more to be brought into the fold. It's trite, but justice delayed is justice denied. The issue we're going to have to figure out is how we do anything about this. In every election, moderates are going to dominate the field because they will continuously be presented as more sensible, measured, and pragmatic than their opponents. They have done the careful electoral calculation and know that between the people who will inevitably vote for them and the people who will never vote for them regardless of what they do, the only way to win is to present themselves to the colossal group of American moderates who won't bother to go any further than see who gets closest to being the exact average of the Democrats and the Republicans. We know Americans want more from their politicians. We know that, for the greatest number of them, those things are further to the left than anything the government has provided in decades. That is a much bigger issue for our democracy than polarization. Democracy is slow by nature, and there are times when that can be a good thing. But when democracy is slowed down artificially like this, just for the sake of slowing it down and not letting things change for the better, when politicians ignore what people not only demand, but desperately need, it no longer resembles democracy nor its ideas.
What they desperately need as defined by him. And it's not, it's based off of leftist principle, which is, again, something that's assumed and something that needs to be deconstructed in terms of what their definitions are. What do they mean? Because they use words, and they use words that resonate with people, like exploitation, like profit, and all these things. And of course, there's a lot of hidden shit behind all that. And so it's very rich of this guy to assume that because people don't take his incredibly niche stance on rights and on property and all the shit, that therefore it's the right wing that's being dominant, and not as if that there's an entire right-wing libertarianism movement who is also equally disgusted with how this is fucking going.
Yeah.
Deals. If you're hearing an appeal to authoritarianism or something in these statements, you're not understanding what I'm saying. We need far greater democracy than what we have today. Real democracy. Democracy for the majority. And continuing to venerate moderates in this country won't bring us any closer to getting it. I mentioned at the beginning of this video that this kind of content is made possible by my patrons on Patreon. As you can probably imagine, when I made the switch to producing political content, I started getting demonetized way more often, and most of my sponsors bailed.
Okay, don't care.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, that's this guy's take on moderates. And just, how much of a problem with they are and how it's just all right-wingers winning. But then also the Overton window is always shifting to the left, and the left is becoming the mainstream, but then moderates slow this down, which makes them right-wing, but it's still moving, just slower than we would like. And this, again, makes them serve the right wing. Even though the right doesn't want things just to stay the same. They have a certain set of principles that they would like to see us go back to. And if we're constantly shifting over to the left, it means we're moving further and further away from that original ideal. Like for, mainstream conservatism with, the statist right, that would be constitutionalism. And are we getting closer and closer to constitutionalism? No, we fucking aren't.
No.
So for him to frame the centrists as slowing our change from constitutionalism to socialist anti-capitalism, it's just incredibly. And this is something that he even went over at the beginning. He said, okay, it's always shifting over to the left. Therefore, biologically, you're concluding that it's shifting away from the original principled right wing.
He's horrendously contradicted himself there.
So yeah, this is the fucking genius that this guy wants you to pay for to support him. Yeah, I thought that would be a pretty fun watch. I got a couple of news things, a couple of little news things that we should go over. And one of them is this fuel spill that happened, and it's kind of crazy. I hadn't heard about it until today. You can kind of check it out here. That's fuel. It's at a Navy fuel storage complex, and below this room, underneath porous concrete, was the drinking water supply of its military families living around Pearl Harbor. This is in Hawaii, and the leak lasted more than 34 hours. So it wasn't all spewing at this rate, but it was due to a broken PVC pipe that was hit by a cart of some sort. And this room, all that on the floor, that's not water, that's fuel. And 20,000 gallons or so were released. So this not only contaminated the water supply of that area, but the Navy fucking lied about it. They said, nah, everything's fucking cool. There's no problem with the water supply, and people, were just drinking it and using it and showering with it and all that shit.
Jesus.
See, the military leaders assured residents their drinking water is safe and there was no cause for alarm. They continued those assurances even after the Hawaii Department of Health issued a do not drink advisory. And yeah, for them to assure people at the time the water was safe is so responsible and maddening, said Wayne Tanaka, exclusive director of the Sierra Club of Hawaii. Yeah, that was just a little, and it happened, I think, in November of last year or something. But I just recently saw the story pop up. Well, actually, the story written happened just recently, but event occurred last year in November. I just thought that was fucking amazing that not only did the military, cause this and allow it to happen, but then they fucking lied about it and endangered thousands of people in the process.
Yeah, well, of course. I mean, they have a pretty good track record of instead of doing anything about a lot of this stuff, they lie about it, and then once they get caught, then it's a problem.
And not a lot of people get fired over this. Not a lot of people, get sued or fined over this. And then what happens is that the who is sued is like the government, right? The American people, and who pays the damages from these lawsuits is the American taxpayer. So it's not actually
it's not the actual government being punished or hurt by it at all. It's us.
This is something that needs to be drilled into everybody's head, that needs to be reiterated over and over again, is that the government doesn't do things. The government doesn't pay people. The government doesn't carry out actions. It is that they use our resources to do things on our behalf. And so it's not, the government doesn't pay fines or pay out settlements. The government takes our money to pay out these settlements. The government doesn't have any money. It doesn't earn any money.
Yeah, they can't. They generate no income.
Exactly. So this needs to be...
They don't generate anything. They appropriate it through, threat of violence.
And so it needs to be always reframed to make sure that everybody understands that this is what's being done to the American taxpayer and not done to the nebulous government. And then in news from my wonderful home state of California, they are basically making CNC machines that are manufactured to produce 80% lowers, or to change 80% lowers into functional firearms, are basically outlawed. So that's not to say all CNC machines, milling machines across the board.
Specifically, they're going after the ones that can be used to create functional firearms.
Yes, and it's pretty easy to argue when some of these are called like the Ghost Gunner 3. Like, yeah, is this CNC machine primarily to manufacture firearms? Who's to say? But it's called the Ghost Gunner 3. We're gonna have a very hard time arguing court that that's not what the fucking function of that machine is. And there's a video that this guy made on it. I don't know if we're gonna watch the video on that, because he just basically quotes the laws down here below. And he talks about this a lot, but this is essentially what it boils down to. Is that you can't have a CNC machine or use a CNC machine to manufacture a firearm. And their definition of firearm in this law includes 80% lowers, even though they're entirely not functional. And so if you have one of these Ghost Gunner 3s and use it to manufacture 80% lower, then that is considered a violation of this law. Like right here below, firearm includes frame and receiver of the weapon, included completed frame or receiver or firearm precursor part, and the precursor part has the same meaning as subdivision A, section 16531, and then down here you see that definition, and it's that reached the stage in manufacture war, it may readily be completed, assembled, or converted to be used as the frame receiver of a functional firearm. So yeah, yada yada yada. You can tell that it refers to 80% lowers. Not only that, this is the great one right here at the bottom. So this will take into effect, I think, 2024, January 1st, that you can only buy one firearm within a 30-day period. And again, firearm includes an 80% lower. So if you buy an 80% lower, you have to wait 30 days before you can buy any other fucking gun, including a pistol, rifle, shotgun, whatever.
This shit's ridiculous. I mean, I live in I live on the other side of the country, where we just don't have a lot of these restrictions at all. Not to say that there are no restrictions, but I mean, this kind of stuff is just insane to me, that we don't even have waiting periods on like pistols and stuff.
Yeah. So yeah, California just got way. And so the emergency provision to outlaw the CNC machines, they actually give anybody who currently owns one of these machines 90 days to legally get rid of it, including selling it to police or selling it out of state.
Oh, so there's gonna be a bunch of buybacks. Fun.
Yeah. All right. So next, we're gonna start up this debate I was teasing, and I'm gonna use the boys' room while it starts.
Should the U.S. give full military and political support to Ukraine in its war with Russia, short of sending troops? That was the subject of a Soho Forum debate held on Thursday, June 23rd at the Porcupine Freedom Festival, or PorcFest, in Lancaster, New Hampshire. Journalist Kathy Young, a Moscow native who emigrated to the U.S. as a teenager, argued that the U.S. government is correct to impose sanctions on Russia and send military and economic support to Ukraine. Scott Horton, host of Anti-War Radio, argued that U.S. backing of NATO provoked the Russian invasion and that imposing sanctions and sending weapons has brought more death and destruction. He says the only role for the Americans is to call for an immediate ceasefire followed by negotiations. The debate was moderated by Soho Forum director Gene Epstein.
The U.S. response to a Russian invasion of another country should involve the provision of ample weapons, supplies, and military intelligence to that country, together with organizing aggressive economic, political, and cultural sanctions on Russia. Please vote yes, no, or undecided on that resolution. Now, here to defend that resolution, Kathy Young. Kathy, please come to the stage. Yes, okay, Kathy, okay. Taking the negative on that resolution, I give you Scott Horton. Scott, please come to the stage. All right, Connor, please close the voting. Kathy, you have 15 minutes to defend the resolution. You probably want to take the podium. Kathy, take it away.
Hi, everyone. It's great to be here. This is my first visit to PorcFest, and it's really quite an exciting event. So I want to start by saying that, obviously everyone in the liberty movement can agree that an interventionist state is dangerous to civil liberties at home, is dangerous to the Freedom Project. So I think we're all aware of the dangers of excessive interventionism. And certainly we've learned some hard lessons over the past 20 years in exporting democracy abroad to countries with little or no experience of liberty. And, we've all found out in Iraq and in Afghanistan that is very rife with pitfalls. So yeah, we've certainly learned cautionary tales about the exporting democracy. I would argue that.
So I don't know a whole lot about Kathy's, what she considers to be her political stance. I think she would be more of a left libertarian if I was to just guess, offhand. But yeah, I don't, because I mean, she's obviously trying to, she knows her audience, right? She understands her audience a little bit and is trying to approach this from acknowledging the anti-war state aspect of libertarians. So I'm very interested to see how she's going to formulate her argument while knowing this position of her audience and trying to make it compatible with it.
Right.
Because this is different from the Bill Kristol debate, where he's coming at this from a neoconservative position, which basically just uses a bunch of platitudes and talking points that don't actually align with the positions or the goals of the actual war state. He's just trying to make the war state palatable and make the war state appealing to people who don't really understand its true nature. And so this is going to be a different approach with Kathy Young, and let's see how it goes.
What we face with Russia today is very different, not only because no one is really calling for direct intervention militarily or direct military engagement between the U.S. and Russia. I think
nobody's calling for that. Yeah, I don't know about that, Kathy. I feel like I've heard that very fucking thing promoted before. Haven't you? I don't know.
I feel like it's been promoted a lot, actually.
We all know some really good reason the reasons that is not being advocated, given the nuclear arsenal that both countries have. But also, I would say that with regard to a less sort of overtly military or less direct style of intervention, which is
less overtly military, and that includes sending military weapons. Again, I don't know if these words you're using are entirely lining up with what you're promoting here.
Is what we're debating here, which is aid with weapons, aid with intelligence, and sanctions in case of an actual Russian attack. I would say that this is a very different type of argument than the kind of interventionism that we've seen the unfortunate results of in the past 20 years. First of all, again, in this case, we are talking about situations in which there is a direct aggression initiated by Russia. And obviously,
because again, history started in February of 2022. This is again the kind of shallow analysis that you can expect from the neo-lib moderates, right? These are the moderates that he is saying are so like right wing and shit. And what it turns out is that they're just authoritarian. They just have a certain blind spot for how state power is distributed or used, and they think that it can be used for good if you just believe and vote hard enough.
Of course.
We're all thinking about Ukraine right now, so that's sort of the paradigm at the moment. And I think everyone will agree that whatever the history between Russia and Ukraine, that was an unprovoked attack, which...
Okay. Again, we'll just agree it's unprovoked, whatever the history. Because whatever the history, it started in February.
Really has brought to the European continent horrific scenes of arguably genocide, which haven't been seen since World War II. But also the other difference, I think, that is essential is that Russian aggression is directed toward neighboring countries which are on a course, however imperfect, of liberal democratic development, and which do have very genuine traditions of and aspiration toward freedom. And those aspirations are being targeted by an increasingly aggressive, authoritarian, and arguably even totalitarian militaristic state in Russia. This is something that began in Georgia in 2008, where it was preceded, by the way, by the actual Russian invasion, was preceded by years of Russian provocation in Georgia in the sense of handing out Russian passports en masse to residents of South Ossetia.
So I'm very interested to see how Scott addresses her framing of like Russian aggression and contextualizes that versus the actual like conflict in the region, and how this is something that is egged on by Western NATO and the countries that it has its tentacles in, and how this is not entirely just some sort of one-sided Russian like imperialist campaign,
which is a region that has separatist issues with Georgia, and essentially creating a class of Russian citizens who were eligible sort of philosophically for Russian protection. And it's really telling, by the way.
You mean ethnic Russians? Historically ethnic Russians. So Russia has an interest in protecting historically ethnic Russians. Fucking amazing. Wow. That's so evil.
The way that the Russian passports the South Ossetians got were not did not entitle them to actually live in Russia. The only intent was to create a mass of people in South Ossetia on the territory of Georgia, whom Russia could claim to act as the protector of. Then, of course, we had the situation in Ukraine in 2014, in which, in response to what was really essentially a popular revolution.
I knew that was coming. Again, Scott's probably going to tear this apart, but let's just summarize the 2014 Maidan coup with John McCain making photo ops as just a popular revolution that, you know, just fucking happened out of nowhere for no fucking reason other than just the people wanted it.
Of course.
The ouster of a pro-Russian regime that was growing increasingly authoritarian and alienated from the people. Russia not only seized Crimea, taking advantage of disarray in the Ukrainian forces, but also initiated the creation of separatist, and I'm really putting
Crimea, which was not historically Ukrainian to begin with, and which had a majority of, you know, pro-Russian citizens and ethnically Russian citizens who wanted to be part of Russia. So much missing context. So much stuff that's easy to know and to contextualize if you've been paying attention and if you've been
they were
examining
Ukrainian.
the history of this shit.
They were Ukrainian until they got bombed, and then they were Russian. You know, once they were being bombed, they became Russian because it sounds bad to say that they were bombing Ukrainians.
Yeah, I'm actually just interested to see how many of these points that we're bringing up now, just it just off the cuff, instinctually, based off of what she's saying, how that's going to map onto what Scott responds to in his turn.
Separatists in quotation marks, because these were not grassroots formations. These were essentially gangster statelets that were driven primarily by Russian citizens who were coming in and Russian organizers. And then there were actual incursions of Russian troops that continued for 8 years with really preposterous excuses where, you know, Russia claimed with a straight face that Russian soldiers who were caught on Ukrainian territory were actually on leave and volunteering to fight for their, you know, Russian-speaking brethren in Ukraine. So, you know, this has been going on for some time, and of course culminating in the recent invasion.
And what was the Ukrainian state doing about this? What did they do, Kathy, for 8 years in the Donbass region? Did they send flowers? No, they sent bombs. They sent Nazis to bomb them.
I think this is a situation where, you know, you can plausibly oppose on the grounds of philosophical consistency, U.S. intervention, and, you know, do it on principle grounds. I will say that, unfortunately, from following the debate on interventionism and anti-interventionism in this case, I have found that in many, many cases, maybe in the majority of cases, anti-interventionists have resorted to arguments that really distort facts and make sort of specious claims to discredit the case for Ukraine's defense. One of those is that Ukraine's 2014 Revolution of Dignity was a coup engineered by the U.S. deep state, which is based on some very, very out of context tidbits from conversations between American diplomats who were in fact involved in the, they were actually quite overtly involved in the negotiations between the preceding regime and the opposition, which, you know, where they were trying to work out
negotiations.
So, you know,
that's the way she acknowledges it, is that the U.S. officials were involved in negotiations to keep the peace, and they had no ulterior motives. They had nothing that they were trying to accomplish They just were interested in keeping the peace and making sure that the people's will was established in this completely foreign land. You fucking serious? Like, yeah, oh yeah, John McCain goes there for the good of the Ukrainian people, and he has no ulterior motive that he wants to, thinks there's going to be benefit towards the American political state. That's the argument? Seriously?
I mean, apparently that's the hill she wants to die on.
That is so unbelievably pathetic. Like, oh, well, yeah, admittedly, U.S. officials were involved in the negotiation. Yeah, and, police are involved in officer-involved shootings where people magically get shot for no consequences to them. Yeah, this is actually worse than I thought. I thought that she would actually... she tried.
Embarrassing.
Because this is, she's openly acknowledging what is being argued from the anti-interventionist libertarian faction, and then she wants to just whitewash this as U.S. officials interested in facilitating negotiations. Are you fucking stupid? That's their motive, facilitating. They have no. She cites the deep state, right, as if that's going to scare people off from acknowledging that the war state has ulterior motives. You're debating Scott Horton. Do you not know what books he's written? Like, holy fucking shit! Like, how ignorant do you have to fucking be?
I think this might be a classic case of just like not knowing or being familiar with your opponent, because this is gonna be like clubbing a carrier pigeon, man.
This is
amazing. I almost feel bad.
This is pathetic. Yeah.
I almost feel bad.
This is gonna be a bloodbath, because
it's gonna be very bad.
Bill Kristol was a fucking bloodbath. Let me say that was a fucking a public lashing if I ever fucking saw one.
Yeah, but this is gonna be just like. Yeah.
I have not seen this, so I'm very interested in how this goes.
There was some undiplomatic language that was used, but it really was not a conspiracy. If you read a lot of primary sources, the revolution in Ukraine absolutely was a popular revolution that was driven by pro-freedom forces. There were
neo-Nazis. Is that what you're going to say right now, Kathy? There were neo-Nazis?
Oh. She gonna say it?
There were some extreme nationalist and authoritarian.
There it
is. Yo! There it is. There it is. And what did they do, Kathy? How influential were they? You gonna acknowledge it?
Arguably pro-fascist elements that were kind of glomming onto it, which represent.
Arguably Look at all the weasel words. Look at
arguably pro-fascist elements that were
glomming on.
Glomming? Yeah.
No, they're not speaking in Parliament, bragging about how influential they were in the change, that it could not be done without them.
They were riding the coattails. They weren't driving the fucking vehicle.
They weren't being directly armed or promoted. There weren't marches in New York a couple months ago chanting Azov, Azov. No.
Oh my God, she's gonna get fucking annihilated.
Presented maybe like 1% of the people who were involved in the.
They were only like 1%. Oh my God,
maybe like 1%. Now it's not 10.
I'm glad she brought this up. I'm glad she brought up the 1%, because we've never heard anybody argue about how it was just a minority of Nazis that were just kind of there. Like, that wasn't something that even the Nazis talked about and mocked and laughed about. Jeez, this is.
Bad.
I didn't expect Kathy to necessarily make a good argument, because I don't believe there are good arguments for warmongering.
No, but you wouldn't have expected her to be this unprepared. I mean, it seems like she's horrendously unprepared for this, and like she hasn't really done much in terms of like real deep dive research into it looks like she pulled up a bunch of like fucking Newsweek and Vox articles on this, formed an opinion based on that, and it's like, cool, all right, I know what I need to know now.
Baby, you're debating Scott Horton.
She's debating at the Soho for like how the do they? Boy, I feel like they should have screened.
Well, this. Well, I mean,
gotta give him a fair shot. I mean, come on.
To be fair to the Soho Forum, I don't know how much how much more fair it could have gotten. Like at a certain point, you just have to admit that one side has bad arguments. They're going to present those arguments. They're going to think they're good.
Think about it. Imagine you're someone on the pro Ukraine interventionist side who showed up to this debate. Not only how stupid could you possibly feel after watching this? Like this is it. This is your representation, buddy.
Yeah, and again, this is neither of us has seen what Scott Horton's about to say, but I think both of us are predicting here that this is going to be a public lashing, just like Bill Kristol.
Incredible.
The Euromaidan movement that led to this revolution, but of course that also has been transformed into claims that the Ukrainian state is dominated by basically a Nazi clique, which really would make it like the world's first Nazi regime with a Jewish president. That's.
Oh my God! She brought up that Zelensky is Jewish. We've never heard that before.
Did.
We've never addressed that. There's not articles explaining exactly how Nazis were able to use a Jewish president. No, that's not explained anywhere. It's just a silly framing that these silly right-winger anti-imperialists, they just don't understand how stupid that is. Nuts.
That I think is really deeply ironic.
It is. It is.
Really, by the way, all of this is just echoing essentially Russian, Kremlin talking points.
There it is,
dude.
Russian propaganda.
Can we get a bingo?
Good God!
This is fucking
like
leftist warmonger bingo, like to a fucking T.
Good God.
That have been out there for 8 years, and of course the other argument that has been made with regard to both Georgia and Ukraine is that it's really the fault of NATO expansion and the intent announced under the Bush administration to put both Georgia and Ukraine on a track toward NATO membership. I think that this is a complicated issue, but what I will say is that even there was a fascinating article that was written in 2008 at the time of the war in Georgia by a Russian general named Vladimir Dvorkin, who was part of the arms control negotiating team. So this is a really high-level person who basically said that he was not a great fan of the Bush administration's plan, but he also felt that, again, given Russia's nuclear arsenal, given the overall balance of power, it's just preposterous to claim that NATO expansion poses an actual threat to Russian security. His argument was that the real threat that the Kremlin feels is that being surrounded by NATO countries is going to push toward liberalization and push toward modernization in ways that the Russian government doesn't want.
Yeah, because when the United States expands its influence through NATO, it's just totally fucking hunky dory for its puppet states. It's just everybody in those states, the normal citizens, they benefit from that. As opposed to the structure of power within those states being subsumed into a globalist power structure. There's nothing nefarious going on there. It's just everybody's just getting more free.
Like the assertion too that Russia wouldn't really be threatened being surrounded by NATO countries.
And NATO as an organization was, invented or founded to to ally nations so that they could oppose Soviet power. Right, their whole reason for existence is to serve as a counterbalance to Soviet power. And the Soviet Union,
temporary.
The Soviet Union doesn't fucking exist anymore. And there have been meetings within NATO and their members and everything to reestablish a purpose for NATO, right? Like after the Soviet Union collapsed, that should have been the end of NATO because that's what NATO was founded to address. But rather, they decided to then just kind of expand the purview of what NATO was supposed to do. And then suddenly Russia's supposed to look at this and go, "Oh, that's nothing. That's just okay. We're fine. There's no ulterior motives here." Yeah, from the United States, who never has any ulterior motives, in foreign policy. They don't have an entire 4 decades in the Middle East, with just throwing their fucking weight around. And Russia definitely has no knowledge of this history as well. It's not like they were intimately involved with the sort of power games that were being played in the 1980s and the 1990s. This is so terrible. My God.
So bad.
And again, this is like people like you and I. It's not like we're incredibly educated on this. So when I can't imagine somebody like Scott Horton hearing about this and not having a million things to say in response.
I will say, by the way, now without getting into a big debate about NATO, NATO is primarily a defensive alliance. The famous Article 5 of the NATO Charter, which says that the other countries are obliged to come to the defense of a NATO country that has been attacked. It really stipulates that only in cases where the attack is unprovoked and not the result of.
Oh, okay. So it's unprovoked, but then you just categorized Russia's attack as unprovoked, and so we know that this sort of standard of unprovoked, especially when it comes to state officials, because this isn't a Kathy Young position. This is a Joe Biden position. We've heard him say this in speeches, right? We've heard him talk about how this attack was completely unprovoked.
Oh yeah.
And we both know that it was not unprovoked, that history, again, did not start in February of 2022. And so, of course, NATO is going to state that, oh, yeah, we're not going to aggress. We're just going to defend when countries are attacked unprovoked. But their standard of unprovoked depends on the timeline that they're examining. And, of course, they're not going to look at a timeline that limits their power. They're going to look at the timeline that expands their power, because that's how power works. Sorry, I had to do the creepy Joe Biden whisper there. You know what I mean?
An act of aggression by the country itself. So, I think that really takes away a big part of the sort of the idea that NATO membership would enable aggression toward Russia. I think what NATO expansion is a threat to, and specifically NATO membership for Ukraine, is really the Kremlin's dreams of restoring the Russian Empire, of which
we can't go even fucking 15 seconds without spouting off something again. That's just.
This is like, this
is bingo, bro.
This is just the mainstream position. Like
this is warmonger bingo.
This does not sound like. Again, she just seems insanely unprepared.
It doesn't sound like somebody's sensitive to the anti-war libertarian position.
It doesn't sound like she's really thought about this. This seems like a script. This is just a scripted milquetoast position that like every fucking person who supports this shit has, and it's the same goddamn talking points.
Expansion is a threat to, and specifically NATO membership for Ukraine, is really the Kremlin's dreams of restoring the Russian Empire.
Yeah, that was a detail. I remember. I was like, I went back because there was one thing that she stated that I wanted to work on. Again, so Russia's dreams of expanding the Russian Empire. And of course, obviously, that would include the Donbass region. Like, she would allege that this includes the Donbass region, which Vladimir Putin specifically denied their request to be part of the Russian state. And in February, he recognized their independence from Ukraine, not their inclusion in the Russian state, even though that's what they wanted. So this idea that he's just so imperialistic and so adamant to expand the Russian state at any cost, whatever excuse he can make to get away with it, and he doesn't take one that's right in front of him. This is every couple of seconds. We're not even 12 minutes into this fucking debate. This is her opening fucking arguments. We're pausing every 15 seconds just to, lash out. And this is probably all shit, but maybe I could be wrong. This is probably a lot of shit that's going to either be addressed by Scott, or he's just going to take an entirely new approach that's still going to be equally as effective.
Of which it sees Ukraine and a number of other smaller countries as an essential part. Russia today is a country driven by ideologues like Alexander Dugin, who is this.
Russia is driven by ideologues, but not the West, not the American war state. No ideologues there. No ideologies being pushed there.
None.
Really bizarre ultra-nationalist guru whose work is taught in the military academies, who's close to a number of people very high in the regime, who essentially argues that the only way that Russia can have true nationhood is by being an empire and expanding an empire. So I really think that we're talking about a really appreciable danger to freedom. I don't think it's irrelevant for the liberty movement in the United States, whether the world outside the US is dominated by authoritarian or totalitarian powers, or by imperfect but nonetheless, real liberal democratic countries. And Russia, along with China, is the primary authoritarian force in the world right now that has repeatedly shown aggression toward pro-democracy neighbors. And I think that, again, while no one wants direct military engagement with Russia, I think the argument that we should do whatever we can to help those countries under attack with arms, intelligence, and sanctions, and hopefully along the way promote meaningful change in Russia itself, which is possible only if those imperial aspirations of the current regime are thwarted. I think there's a very, very good argument to be made that that is, in fact, a pro-freedom course and one that should be pursued.
So what she's talking about there is just regime change. And this is something that we all know. Regime change just works out wonderfully for the home state and for the American people and everybody. It doesn't benefit the authoritarian establishment. The regime change is for the good of everybody. It always works out great.
Yeah, of course.
And that's it.
Thank you, Kathy. Speaking for the negative, Scott Horton. Scott, take it away, please.
Thank you. We're in agreement that this war is an aggressive and illegal war launched by Russia into Ukraine. I don't think there's any question about that. I don't know of anyone who disagrees with that. But it was not unprovoked.
There we go. That's my boy. Right away. Like, look, we can agree that when Russia does war, it's bad. When anybody does war, it's bad. But to pretend that this just fucking fell from the sky February 2022.
Came out of nowhere.
It's just absurd. It's stupid. It's just ahistorical.
And frankly, I'll disagree with virtually all of what you just heard. I don't know how much of it I'll be able to address here, but I want to start with something that I learned when I was a kid about the aftermath of World War II and how, and there's some myth making here, but bear with me, that America in the aftermath of World War II befriended our enemies, the Japanese and the Germans, helped rebuild their countries and brought them into our defensive, umbrella and whatever, and friendship. And the reason that they did that wasn't self-interested reasons, is because, and this is partially true, you have to admit this is true, it was because they learned the lessons of Versailles. And the lessons of Versailles, as we should have even learned in government school, I learned this in government school, that after World War I, the Allies mistreated Germany so badly in the war reparations and the stripping them of their outlying territories that this essentially laid the groundwork for the rise of the Nazi Party and Adolf Hitler. And of course, if you read Jim Powell's great book, you see how American intervention in extending the war helped lead to the communist revolution in the creation of the Soviet Union in the first place, and thus setting the stage for World War II. And so we're
pausing real quick. Actually, I'm currently going through another. I may have mentioned this before. Correct me. Let me know if I did. This book, Churchill, Hitler, and the Unnecessary War, by Patrick J. Buchanan. The subtitle is "How Britain Lost Its Empire and the West Lost the World," and it's about how Churchill and the English, state in general, basically. Could have easily prevented World War I and World War II. Obviously, there's an entangled web of alliances that basically England used as an excuse to enter World War I, even though that they weren't directly threatened or directly, involved in the conflicts that were going on between with the Serbians whose citizens had assassinated fucking Archduke Franz Ferdinand. There was a whole cascade of alliances that then sparked off the war that were based off of they basically didn't need to be, that they were unnecessary, that England jumped in because they used a really flimsy excuse based off of their alliances rather than based off of the threat to their nation. And so yeah, he's correct that even World War I and World War II, not only due to American interventionism, but American interventionism could have been prevented through British anti-interventionism, that they were the ones who had the actual catalyst to knocking down the dominoes that then resulted in England and America and all of England's allies entering into World War I, and then also maintaining that sort of domination and that sort of power structure against Germany after the fact with the Treaty of Versailles, and went on to basically cause World War II as well. And again, another war where England or the United States did not need to necessarily enter. At least that's what the book argues. I haven't gone fully through it, but it'll definitely be an interesting read, I think.
We're not going to make that mistake again. We're going to befriend our enemies and treat them with respect and all of these kinds of things. And the Japanese and the Germans, of course, had been a couple of the most ruthless and murderous regimes in world history, and yet we made friends with them because it was the right thing to do. But then what did we do after the Cold War with the Soviet Union ended? And peacefully, almost entirely peacefully, as Gorbachev and the Soviets essentially just abandoned the empire, set all of South Asia and Eastern Europe free, instead of heeding those same lessons of Versailles, we kicked them while they're down. And the Bill Clinton government immediately broke Bush Sr.'s promises not to expand NATO and brought in Hungary, the Czech Republic, and Poland in 1999, and 3 weeks later launched an aggressive war against the Serbs' Russians' close allies, the Serbs, in order to break off Kosovo. That was our defensive alliance. The United Nations wouldn't authorize it, of course, because Russia has veto power. So Bill Clinton just broke the law. I'm sorry? Sorry. So Bill Clinton just broke the law. And like George Bush's coalition of the willing, he used NATO to do it and launched this aggressive war in order to break off Kosovo for a bunch of drug dealers and gangsters and organ smugglers and criminals. And that was the start of it. And then, of course, he also sent the Harvard boys to not rebuild their economy the way they had done with the Baltic states and with Poland and try to help them, but in fact, to essentially rape their economy, to liquidate everything and take all the money. Life expectancy dropped by double digits in Russia in the 90s. Imagine a communist, a real, not just in name, but the government owned the economy, everything. A real Marxist country fell and adopted American capitalism, and life expectancy fell by double digits. It was the world's greatest catastrophe, and it was deliberate. And Jeffrey Sachs, who was one of the Harvard boys, says today it was deliberate and he couldn't stop them. You can take his word for it. Then,
and this is not nothing, right? He's not just throwing out a random thing. It's, you go from communism, full-blown communism, to basically American puppet state. Like it's not fucking mince words here, because like Putin wasn't put into power randomly. Like America liked Putin at the time. He was their friend, and he was promoted, and he was pushed up. And so to pretend that this was just like some random symptom of Russian corruption that like got out of hand, like nobody could have predicted. No, fucking not at all. And this American influence saw, negative outcomes, despite the fact that they were leaving communism, which is, an amazing fucking thing. Because people, communists would like to argue that like, oh, this is a product of capitalism. Capitalism is obviously inferior to communism because, look at these negative outcomes. But this is something as more enlightened capitalists, we can point to, again, state intervention. That is the crux of all these things. And history does not start in February of 2022, commonly
right.
W. Bush comes in. And even though Putin is the first man to call him, the first world leader to call him on September 11th and say, Matt, your service, he tears up, 2 months later, he tears up the anti-ballistic missile treaty and says, we're going to put anti-missile missiles in Romania and Poland in violation of Clinton's promise that, okay, we're expanding NATO, but we promise not to expand our military equipment into the new NATO countries that he had said in 1997. That's out the window. Now we're doing this. And Bush Jr. went on to bring 9 more nations into the NATO military alliance. And as Ms. Young said, he promised in 2008 to bring Ukraine and Georgia into NATO. And this was despite the fact that 4 months before he promised that, his ambassador to Russia, our current CIA director, William Burns, wrote a memo. We know this from Julian Assange, who right now is sitting in prison waiting to be extradited and prosecuted for espionage for bringing us this information. And William Burns wrote to Condoleezza Rice, "Niet means niet." I met today with Sergei Lavrov, the foreign minister, and he explained to me in absolutely explicit terms, NATO expansion stops here. And Lavrov is very polite, of course, and uses his diplomatic language, but he says, we absolutely will not tolerate the addition of Ukraine or Georgia into the NATO military alliance. If you do, it could cause a civil war in Ukraine, and then we might have to intervene, which is a situation that we don't want to have to face. So please don't do this. And Fiona Hill, who you know from TV as a hawk from the Trump administration and testified against him in his impeachment and all of that, she has said, because she was in the W. Bush government then, that the CIA and the other intelligence agencies warned W. Bush, do not do this. This was their high confidence professional assessment. This is a bad policy that's going to provoke Russia. And why didn't they just bring him into NATO then? It was because Germany and France absolutely put their foot down. Why? For one reason. It'll unnecessarily provoke Russia. You can call it a defensive alliance all you want, but from the Russian point of view looking west, it doesn't look defensive at all. It looks like a steadily encroaching military alliance.
And this is one thing that leftists, well, not even leftists, but I mean, even the fucking, Ted Cruz's and the general, hawks in mainstream politics don't want to acknowledge, is that they don't want to acknowledge that Russia has a point of view, that Russia has logic that they can rationalize for themselves. You know, this might not be like the one true truth of all reality, but the fact is that Russia has a stance when it comes to protecting ethnic Russians, when it comes to addressing threats to them from the West. These are all things that can be reasoned through from the Russian perspective. But rather than acknowledge that Russia has a perspective, they would just declare that anything Russia says is propaganda and talking points, and that anything that the West says against Russia is the true contextualization of the situation.
Right.
And so this is one thing, again, that like we can condemn Russia for committing aggressive acts, and we can also acknowledge that this shit didn't fall from the sky in February of 2022. I know it's getting really fucking repetitive and really fucking tiring for me to just, say all this shit, but this is really what it comes down to, is that you have to acknowledge historical context. And it didn't start this year. It started a while ago, and you can't wash this shit away.
Right into their neighborhood. We have a Monroe Doctrine that now expands the entire planet. But Russia is not allowed to have a Monroe Doctrine at all. Not.
Yeah, and we, went over the Monroe Doctrine in the first episode of his videos on Enough Already, his, summarizing his book. Whereas, like, as far back as before the guy before Bush, it's Reagan, before Reagan, in James Monroe's, not James Monroe, but like from that point of view, from that time, we've had like this kind of interventionist stance. In terms of like, fucking sticking our fingers into the pie of foreign nations. And then when any other state tries to do like a 1/10 equivalent of the same idea, we call this, aggression, expansion, and imperialism, and all sorts of other bullshit. And the people like us who look at the warmongering done by the United States for the past 40 to 50 years, like, not even including the first two world wars, we're looked upon as like the extremists, or I don't know, we're being unreasonable. But it's like we're just holding people's feet to the fire for the actions that they've committed. It turns out that we can't trust a state who's lied about war, since the 1980s, if not even before. Like we're the fucking crazy ones here.
Not even in their closest neighbors. And in fact, last time we tried to overthrow the government of Belarus was just a year and a half ago. And Lyle Goldstein, who was at the Navy War College, wrote that he thought that was the final provocation. They won't even leave Belarus alone. They tried it in 2005 with the Denim Revolution. They tried it again in 2020. And he said it was then not just Putin, but all of Moscow's national security establishment said, that's it. The Americans are just relentless. They'll never stop. We have to draw the line somewhere. And so we're going to start getting tough now. And just think for a moment, regardless of slogans about a defensive alliance, just put the shoe on the other foot for a second. What if Reagan had spent America and our empire into bankruptcy in the 1980s? Could have happened. And the Soviet...
I love that jab at Reagan, because the right is far too much Reagan worship, because he spouted decent ideals. You know, he has some speeches where he says some good stuff about the market and about, you know, expansion of the freedom for the individual, all that shit. Whereas you look at the size of the federal regulation registrar, and he did not deregulate, as was famously, you know, as he's famously accused of doing by left-wingers. If you look at the size,
really didn't.
If you look at the size of the federal registrar of, you know, federal regulation registrar, it grew. It got bigger under Reagan. He did not eliminate regulations. He expanded regulations. And this is just fact. This is just, you take the book that has all the regulations in it. And did it get smaller or did it get bigger under Reagan? It got bigger. It got way fucking bigger. So this idea that like Reagan was the great deregulator of the right wing, and that therefore anything that happened after Reagan is due to deregulation and to, you know, expansion of the free market, is bull fucking shit. Absolute bullfuck. And this is, again, not even accounting for his warmongering, which we've reviewed in the past. It's just, you know, it's just flat out fucking lies. He was the one of the starting like dominoes of the neoconservative authoritarian state, the war state, that true like small government proponents have been against this entire fucking time.
Had won the Cold War, and then they expanded their military alliance into Western Europe, and then they started expanding it into the Caribbean and incorporating Mexico and stationing their troops and armed forces there. And then they overthrew the government of Canada twice in 10 years because the Canadians kept electing the wrong guys who didn't want to join Russia's military alliance. And they hired a bunch of Hitler-loving neo-Nazis.
I'm just curious how much Kathy's paying attention here. She looks like she's going through tweets. Maybe she's not. I can't see what's on her screen. But
hopefully she's looking this shit up as he's saying it, because it seems like she has no fucking clue what she's talking about. Maybe she'll learn something here.
I hope so.
To help them do a violent street putsch on the second one to do it. Then they started threatening to kick America out of our naval bases in Alaska.
I'm going to go back like 15 seconds here.
Kept electing the wrong guys who didn't want to join Russia's military alliance. And they hired a bunch of Hitler-loving neo-Nazis to help them do a violent street putsch on the second one to do it. Then they started threatening to kick America out of our naval bases in Alaska. And then they launch a bloody war on terrorism against the people of Vancouver, British Columbia, who refused to accept the new coup d'etat junta. Now, what would the United States of America do about that? I think everyone knows the answer is, at the very least, we would absolutely invade and crush the regime in Canada that had subordinated itself to the Russians in this way. And that's if we're very, very lucky, because I think the average American president would start launching hydrogen bombs at Moscow. And I think we all know that. I don't think the Russians would dare. And yet we're to believe that Vladimir Putin is the most dangerous psychopath on the planet since David Koresh, but he should just sit there and take it and be used to it and just know that we have him overmatched and there's nothing he can do about it. No matter how many times he says in his speeches at this security conference and that security conference, for the love of God, will you please listen to me? I have security concerns. And you keep encroaching and encroaching.
I knew that name, Koresh. He's the fucking Waco guy. And so, yeah. I was like, I know that fucking name. I don't remember exactly what, and I had to fucking Google. Like, yes, he's the fucking Christian, leader of the fucking the Waco guys. And yeah, it's the same fucking story. It's like, oh, he's a threat. It's like, he's some fucking guy with some crazy fucking ideas, and he's doing his own goddamn thing. But he don't need to be with us. Like, we don't need to fucking be involved in his bullshit, because everything he's doing is voluntary by the people who fucking doing it. Of course, that was never the story of the ATF, who is blameless and, you know, saints. ATF is just a bunch of fucking saints.
And encroaching. And I think any reasonable person who listens to his declarations of war from February the 22nd and 24th, you'll see that, yes, he's angry. But if you read the transcript through, it's far more reasoned argument than bluster and hatred and, you know, psychopathy or whatever. And I'm not saying that his argument justifies what he did. I'm not saying it's a reasonable argument for launching a war. I'm not saying that. I'm saying it is a 100% rational argument right up until that point, that this is the way the Americans have intervened. And you can listen to the Victoria Nuland and Jeffrey Pyatt phone call for yourself on YouTube and various places on the internet, and you can hear them plotting the coup that took place 2 weeks later, on February the 21st, 2014. And yes, it was a violent street putsch by forces in the street. No one is saying it was CIA agents on the ground directing the mob in real time. The point is the Americans were supporting that entire movement, and they had made a deal through the Germans with the sitting government, the same guy that they had prevented from taking office in the Orange Revolution of '04, that he would pull all his police forces back and would agree to early elections if all the protesters on their side would be called back as well. And instead, after he pulled his police back, they just seized all the government buildings and chased him right out of town. And George Friedman from Stratfor called it the most obvious coup in world history. John J. Mearsheimer from the University of Chicago, the dean of the Realist School of Foreign Policy in America, wrote.
And one other thing that I feel needs to be stressed is that the idea of the United States influencing coups in foreign states where it serves their interest is not only like just not extreme, like at all, it's just it's precedent. It's historical precedent for dozens of times over for decades on end. This is normal.
I mean, it's not like we don't have. Yeah, this is the norm. This is what we do.
This is normal American foreign policy, and it's been going on since, I mean, at least, you know, the close of the World War II, if not before then. But this, I know we looked it up before that I think like in the 20th century, post World War II 20th century, America was responsible for something like 70 regime changes, or influenced, you know, something along the lines of 70 regime changes. And this has continued to happen time and time again. And so, you know, for when people first hear this accusation that America was influential or, you know, had caused this 2014 Maidan coup, was involved in regime change here, this is not, you know, some crazy grand new thing that America's just trying out for the very fucking first time. This is established historical war hawk foreign policy. This is what they fucking do.
Like a lot.
We cannot overstate how common this is, and how just how natural the American war state functions on this principle. It's fucking ubiquitous. It's absolutely as common as can be. And so the idea that this is somehow some grand conspiracy theory that doesn't, you know, that just, you, how could you do this sort of thing? It's just like, no. You guys are fucking crazy for not making this your first goddamn assumption. Because, like, America doesn't do war just for you know, benevolent reasons. It does not. This idea that, like, this is the good war, or we can find a good, this is absolutely ahistorical and insane.
Yeah.
And I mean, anybody can come to this conclusion just based off of our podcasts, and we have not been doing this very long, and we're not very good at this. I don't think that we have like the most brilliant podcasts in the GD world, but
just like basic like historical literacy, right? I mean, for fuck's sake, we've been at this for long enough that like somebody somewhere has to have mentioned it in something that you read at some point, right?
And you can be a leftist, right? Because a lot of this stuff can be found in, even though I disagree with the guy's the last bit of his book where he talks about his solutions, but this can be found in a book that I think is somewhat good, is The Confessions of an Economic Hitman. And he talks about the American corporate government alliance that oversaw like economic sanctions and economic strangulation of foreign powers for American interests, for the interests of American corporations. And so this sort of thing was like normal operating procedure, again, acknowledged by leftists since the 60s at the very, latest, and probably as early as the late 40s, if some people are willing to admit. And this is a left and right thing that is acknowledged. And so this fucking historical blindness that has to be induced in order to paint this as like some sort of unprecedented conspiracy that is only believed by people who believe conspiracies, rather than a logical motive of a political machine that is shown historically to use its power to carry out these very things, to do this exact fucking thing. This doesn't have the better part of half a century of historical precedence. It's just foolish.
Like, why would you even, I mean, you can't even make the argument, well, we've got to give it the benefit of the doubt. It's like, no, you don't. This has happened before. It's happened over and over again. I mean, it's like the fucking British Empire.
Yeah, this has happened before is putting it really fucking lightly. And that's what I love about that.
I wrote an entire article about this for Foreign Affairs, the most prestigious journal of the Council on Foreign Relations, in 2014, explaining this entire thing. There's no question about this. And he said at the time then that America is leading Ukraine down what he called the primrose path. We're making them all these promises of what we're going to do for them, but what we're really doing is we're getting them in deep, deep trouble with Russia, and there's going to be a backlash. And then after the coup, what happened was the first thing the new parliament did was outlaw Russian as a second language. And then four former presidents wrote a letter saying, now is our chance to kick the Russians out of the Sevastopol naval base on Crimea. And only then did the Russians leave their bases and seize the Crimean Peninsula, where they had a deal since the fall of the Soviet Union, 24 years, to lease the base. And that was it. And the reason they left the base and seized the peninsula without killing anyone, it was a coup de main, without a single battle. They just took over the thing, was because the new government in Ukraine was threatening to kick them out of there. And then the people in the east of the country, who were the heaviest supporters of Yanukovych, the former president, said, well, if you guys can do a coup and overthrow our democratically elected president from the election of 2010, well, then we can just occupy the government buildings here in the Donbass and refuse to recognize the legitimacy of the new government. And then the new government launched what they called a war on terrorism and simply attacked them. And, she says, oh, whoever they were that seized power in the Donbass at that time, they were just sock puppets or whatever. They weren't the people of the Donbass. Well, that's just not true. They were. And in fact, they voted after they achieved their, de facto independence.
See how easy this is? Like, we predicted that this would be just, down the line fucking whack-a-mole.
Bloodbath. Because he knows his history, and she's just blatantly uninformed about any of this shit.
This is whack-a-mole at quarter speed. This is all stuff that he would just say, like, he would just address this shit in his own speeches without a debate opponent around. And then so for somebody to come up and just spout it off and be like, okay, well, I mean, it's exactly, like, you could watch my speech, an hour and a half detailing this history, and none of these arguments would hold fucking water at all. I mean, and
yeah, I mean, I think that's the I don't want to call it the tragedy here is, as she talks, if you're already familiar with Scott Horton and what he does and what he's talked about and the history that he's talked about concerning this exact issue, I mean, it's
you would
Oh,
already
man.
know that those arguments don't work.
It would be like me trying to get up on stage and give a lecture about, or even just like a debate about like neuroscience, and then have like a fucking top tier neuroscientist get up and be like, well, none of that was fucking true. Let me let me actually talk about it. Like it's embarrassing.
It would be like a guy who watched videos about a neuroscience talking, being able to be just as good at debating these topics than an actual neuroscience. Neuroscientist. And so that's the hilarious bit, is that like guys like you and I who are not foreign policy experts, I've read a couple books on the history of American foreign policy. I'm a cook. That's what I do for a living. As I cook food at a restaurant, earning, I'm straddling the American poverty line. Okay. Like, I do not make a living off of being a public intellectual. I don't gain any financial benefit from knowing about politics. I am just a guy who cooks vegan food. Like, I'm not even just like an accomplished chef. I'm, cooking vegan food in Southern California for poverty wage. Like, would the American poverty, line is right around where I'm making my money. And I live in a 2-bedroom apartment with a roommate. And I can easily see the holes in all of this shit, having done some cursory, bipartisan research, because this is not just like Scott Horton, right-wing libertarians, like Aaron Mate, the guys at the Gray Zone. They're all left-wingers. They're anti-authoritarian, leftists. And they're not anarcho-libertarians or anarcho-capitalists or anything like that, but they are the small subsection of the anti-war left that survived the Obama administration, and who rightfully acknowledged that like war is still bad when a swag president does it.
But he was cool. He rode a skateboard. Who cares if he drone bombed a whole bunch of kids?
The first Nobel Peace Prize winner to have bombed another Nobel Peace Prize winner. I love that, because he bombed a Doctors Without Borders hospital, and MSF, Médecins Sans Frontières, has a Nobel Peace Prize. He's got one too, and so yeah, he bombed an MSF hospital, and making him the only Nobel Peace Prize winner to have bombed another Nobel Peace Prize winner.
It's incredible.
It's not in Guinness, surprisingly enough.
They voted in a plebiscite to join the Russian Federation, and Vladimir Putin told them no.
Oh wait, who talked about that? See what I mean? It's like we can make these arguments despite not having an expertise in this shit at all. That's how terrible Kathy's arguments are here.
Like, it's nuts. I mean, I actually confidently feel like I could have gotten
You
up
could have this debate with her
and debated this chick. And I'm not great at public speaking. I'll be the first to admit that I've got some real anxiety when it comes to like getting up in front of people. And I still feel like I'd be confident enough.
Yeah, that's why my best work is written, is because I can edit myself and kind of organize my thoughts better than I can speak. I mean, this fucking podcast is example of that, where I'm using ums and you knows and likes every fucking second, and I'm trying like consciously to cut down on that more now. but that just slows down my speech, right? Whereas like when I talk, when I type and I write out posts and blogs and things like that, I seem way more fucking like eloquent and way more like just on top of my dunking game, because I can sit down and re-edit until I have exactly what I want to say. But live,
you can organize your stuff a little better. I mean, I'm the same way.
Yeah, live I'm not so fucking good, but this seems like a fucking layup.
Easily.
Said, I don't want you to join the Russian Federation. He already had a deal with the Germans and the French, our closest allies supposedly, the Minsk I and then the Minsk II deals, that the new government in Kiev would recognize essentially a strong federalism and autonomy for the Donbass region, Donetsk and Luhansk, but they would stay within Ukraine and not join the Russian Federation. And if you read, again, the declarations of war from last February, he talks about how the Americans made sure and intervened to prevent Kiev from ever implementing Minsk II. And they did pull back the heavy armed forces against them, but there was what they call low-level fighting for 8 years, well, 7 years after the worst of the fighting, where overall as many as 14,000 people were killed there. And so, and all the while, as the Americans themselves admit, they're normalizing and integrating Ukraine's military into America's military forces. It's being led by American military forces in a way that they even said themselves in the New York Times, this is making them a de facto member of NATO. And just real quick in 30 seconds, in 2008, when Georgia launched that war against South Ossetia to reintegrate that territory and killed Russian peacekeepers, provoking the Russian response, Dick Cheney proposed that George Bush launch missile strikes at the Roki Tunnel to collapse the tunnel under and destroy the Russian armored columns coming under the Caucasus Mountains, which could have led right to a nuclear war. And that man was one heartbeat away from making the decision himself, and only the cool, patient wisdom of George W. Bush prevented us from all being annihilated off of the face of the earth right there. And
I like how that drew laughter from the crowd. I mean, a cool, patient wisdom is stretching it a bit, but yeah, we've heard it. It's actually kind of amazing to me how many times we've been like 30 seconds from entire nuclear annihilation. This happened during the Cold War too, a couple of times. It's fucking terrifying because we shouldn't be in this position. It's almost like there's a entire group of people that rhyme with manarchists that criticize this sort of structure.
This exact sort of structure, yes, it's terrible. Even like why? I wonder why we keep
And we joke about legalizing nukes, but the reality of the matter is that in free market capitalism, nukes would be entirely unprofitable to own. Like the only way that you can financially sustain this level of weaponry is by siphoning it away from people unwillingly, by printing up money out of fucking nowhere and by forcibly extracting it from people who don't know what you're spending it on. And that this, you might have yourself, some dead man's grenades in your house, but the idea of like a private citizen, buying up a nuke and threatening entire populations is just laughably unachievable.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
So I'm sorry I ran out of time, but I'll get a little bit more to the provocations leading up to the current war in my rebuttal. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Kathy, 5 minutes of rebuttal. Take it away, Kathy.
Well, I think that, Scott has thrown out a lot of assertions there, which, I would obviously need a lot more than 5 minutes to address in detail. I'm not even going to get into the real causes of the war intervention in Serbia and whether, that was as unreasonable as Scott claims it is. I mean, there were certain events that are widely recognized as a genocide. But we're not going to get into that. I really want to question this argument, and again, there's a lot of material
hard
there
time
that the
listening
United
to her
States
talk.
treated Russia horrible.
Yes, I mean, I'm not the most eloquent of public speakers either, but how many seconds has it been? Let's see here.
I mean, I'm not either, but like that's why I don't do it. I just kind of avoid that whole thing because I'm sure.
It's 3:06 ish when she starts. So she's already almost a minute into her 5-minute rebuttal, and
it would be a pain in the ass to listen to me try to talk about stuff like this, in some sort of public speaking forum where time is of the essence. So
yeah, but so she's almost a minute in. She's at least 45 seconds in. And she's literally made no point other than she claims that Scott's points are assertions, which, of course, cannot be leveled against her arguments at all. That's the only point. And she's also said that. So there, she briefly identifies like a couple of other elements, right? And then she says, I'm not going to talk about these things. But what she's saying when she says, I'm not going to talk about these things, is that they're wrong and I could tell you why they're wrong. But I don't have enough time because I want to say other things. But I just want I want to point out to you that they are very obviously wrong. And so just for the sake of charity, assume that I know that they're wrong and I have good reasons for thinking they're wrong without me actually making those arguments, because I'm going to talk about something else instead. And so it's a way of her asserting that she has a winning argument without her actually making that argument. And so it's like, I was like, oh yeah, I know all about what Scott's saying here and I could talk about that, but I'm not gonna.
I could tell you why he's wrong. But instead,
and to again be fair, this could be true, because this could be true in other contexts, because this is a 5-minute rebuttal and you can't get to everything and everywhere, but also you could just use your time to make points instead of talk about how you could make points but won't, because that's a bad use of your time, especially when you've been so thoroughly lashed at this point.
Oh yeah,
you should just fight back instead of talking about how you could fight back but won't, and use up a fifth of your time.
After the end of the Cold War. I mean, first of all, there was like $55 billion given in various forms of aid to Russia. A lot of that went to corrupt officials. There was a famous incident where Al Gore was brought a report that basically said, be careful because a lot of this money is going into, to line the pockets of various corrupt people. And his response was to write bullshit across the cover of the report and send it back. There was a famously chummy relationship between Yeltsin and Bill Clinton. Russia was brought into the G7, which it really was not even qualified for in terms of the performance of its economy. In terms of NATO, Russia was brought into the Partnership for Peace, which was a kind of expanded, NATO-related program where all sorts of security programs were pursued together. Russia was brought into the Russia-NATO Council, which was supposed to be coordinating with Russia and addressing whatever security threats Russia claimed that it perceived. NATO, by the way, held joint exercises with Russia, or until fairly recently. This is something that you won't really hear, but NATO paid for a lot of programs, for instance, in assistance to decommissioned Russian officers. So I think this is a very, very simplistic idea that Russia was just trampled underground. I think whatever Jeffrey Sachs says really needs to be taken with a grain of salt, because Jeffrey Sachs gets a lot of, this is the Harvard economist who was involved in the Russian economic reform, and he routinely gets accused of, being to blame for the horrible way that, the really bad way that these reforms turned out. And of course, his response is to say, well, that just happened because the US and the IMF didn't give more money. I mean, I think it's really kind of telling that Scott sees.
So at this point, like, how much has she rebutted from Scott's argument? Like, she's just been saying a lot of stuff to, again, sort of couch she's attempting to bring context to the narrative that, you know, Russia is being like aggressed against, right? That there's been there's been a history of anti-Russian actions that would be rightfully perceived as aggression from the Russian perspective. And, you know, I get it, because the thing is, this is very close to Kathy's like personal life, because she was a Russian born American who, like, you can tell by her accent too that she's grew up in Russia, and she was immigrated from there, and so she's gonna have a very strong opinion about the Russian state and their actions. But it's just tragic.
She hasn't rebutted anything. She said a lot of stuff, but she hasn't addressed a single thing that he's brought up. Like, I'm not really sure in what context she's even bringing a lot of this.
Yeah, and I looked it up. She came over in 1980, before, you know, the fall of the Soviet Union. So she was 17 at the time. So, you know, that's why she learned to speak Russian first, probably, and English later. And she, you know, experienced Russia during the height of the Soviet Union and before their fall. So she can rightly fear, you know, Russian influence. I understand that sort of knee-jerk criticism of any sort of motives that come from Russia and from Russian powers. But this idea that, like, we have to use Western warmongering to solve these problems without acknowledging how the West was been involved in this from decades on,
like how we've created the problem, you know,
we
can't be the solution to the problem. Like, we can't be the problem and the solution, you know, it just doesn't work that way.
And this claims libertarianism while claiming to want to empower the American war state to send weapons abroad in a conflict that we helped exacerbate and helped poke into existence is just foolish.
Extremely.
Pro-democracy, pro-freedom movements in places like Belarus as solely engineered by the US and essentially attempted coups. In terms of the Victoria Nuland tape, you can listen to it, but I think you really have to remember the timing. This was not a preparation for a coup. This was a discussion of an ongoing deal. I mean, they were talking about which people in the Ukrainian opposition should join the government. There is absolutely no evidence whatsoever that this was being done in preparation for a coup. This was being done as part of negotiations between Viktor Yanukovych, the pro-Russian president, and the opposition on forming a new government. So, you know, there is that. And
it's, again, so this is so what they're talking, I don't know if we've listened to it or not. I don't think we've brought it up here on the podcast, but there was a recording. So let me actually look up, because I can probably look it up real quick.
This was not a preparation for a coup, but I think you really have to remember the Nuland tape, attempted coups. In terms of the Victoria Nuland tape.
Okay, Victoria Nuland. So let me see. Yeah, okay, this is it right. So we'll look at this real quick, because it is important context, and I don't think that we've ever brought it up in the podcast before. So I don't think you've heard it. Have you heard this?
What do you think?
Yeah. Have you heard of this Victoria Nuland tape? Because I don't think that we've listened to it here.
I believe so.
No? Okay. And I don't, was she again? Okay, let me. So Assistant Secretary of State for Europe, a phone call to the U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine, Jeffrey Pyatt, and this is in February 4th, 2014.
I think we're in play. The Klitschko piece is obviously the complicated electron here, especially the announcement of him as deputy prime minister. And you've seen some of my notes on the troubles in the marriage right now. So we're trying to get a read really fast on where he is on this stuff. But I think your argument to him, which you'll need to make, I think that's the next phone call we want to set up, is exactly the one you made to Yachts. And I'm glad you sort of put him on the spot on where he fits in this scenario. And I'm very glad he said what he said in response.
Good. So I don't think Cleach should go into the government. I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you think, what, in terms of him not going into the government, just let him sort of stay out and do his political homework and stuff. I'm just thinking in terms of sort of the process moving ahead, we want to keep the moderate Democrats together. The problem is going to be Tony Book and his guys. And, you know, I'm sure that's part of what Yanukovych is calculating on all of this.
I think Yachts is the guy who's got the economic experience, the governing experience. He's the guy, you know, what he needs is Cleach and Tony Book on the outside. He needs to be talking to them 4 times a week. You know, I just think Cleach going in, he's going to be at that level working for Yatsenyuk. It's just not going to work.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. Okay. Good. Well, do you want us to try to set up a call with him as the next step?
My understanding from that call, but you tell me, was that the big three were going into their own meeting, and that Yachts was going to offer in that context a three-way, you know, the 3+1 conversation or 3+2 with you. Is that not how you understood it?
No, I mean, that's what he proposed, but I think just knowing the dynamic that's been with them where Klitschko has been the top dog, he's going to take a while to show up for whatever meeting they've got, and he's probably talking to his guys at this point. So I think you reaching out directly to him helps with the personality management among the three, and it gives you also a chance to move fast on all this stuff and put us behind it before they all sit down and he explains why he doesn't like it.
Okay, good. I'm happy. Why don't you reach out to him and see if he wants to talk before or after?
Okay, will do. Thanks.
Okay, I've now written, one more wrinkle for you, Jeff.
Yeah.
I can't remember if I told you this or if I only told Washington this, that when I talked to Jeff Feltman this morning, he had a new name for the UN guy, Robert Seri. Did I write you that this morning?
Yeah,
okay.
I saw that.
He's now gotten both Seri and Ban Ki-moon to agree that Seri could come in Monday or Tuesday.
Okay.
So that would be great, I think, to help glue this thing and have the UN help glue it. And, you know, fuck the EU.
No, exactly. And I think we've got to do something to make it stick together, because you can be pretty sure that if it does start to gain altitude, the Russians will be working behind the scenes to try to torpedo it. And again, the fact that this is out there right now, I'm still trying to figure out in my mind why Yanukovych did that. But in the meantime, there's a Party of Regions faction meeting going on right now, and I'm sure there's a lively argument going on in that group at this point. But anyway, we could land jelly side up on this one if we move fast. So let me work on Klitschko, and if you can just keep, I think we want to try to get somebody with an international personality to come out here and help to midwife this thing. And then the other issue is some kind of outreach to Yanukovych, but we probably regroup on that tomorrow as we see how things start to fall into place.
So on that piece, Jeff, when I wrote the note, Sullivan's come back to me, VFR, saying you need Biden, and I said probably tomorrow for an attaboy and to get the deets to stick. So
okay.
Biden's willing.
Okay, great.
All right.
Thanks.
So there's a lot there. One important name there is Klitschko. Klitschko was actually, he used to be a professional boxer, and he was a really good professional boxer, but he also was allegedly a leading figure in the Euromaidan protests. And as they hinted there, he was a possible candidate for the Ukraine, but he later withdrew and endorsed the winner, Petro Poroshenko. And as a result, he got to be mayor of Kiev in 2014. In he was the first winner of the new government in terms of mayor of Kiev, and he became a very influential figure in their party. And yeah, so that's what happened to that guy after that phone call. So that's what she's referring to now. When we go back to this debate, this is the phone call that she's talking about and making excuses for.
Gotcha.
Belarus as solely engineered by the U.S. and essentially attempted coups. In terms of the Victoria Nuland tape, yeah, you can listen to it, but I think you really have to remember the timing. This was not a preparation for a coup. This was a discussion of an ongoing deal. I mean, they were talking about which people in the Ukrainian opposition should join the government. There is absolutely no evidence whatsoever that this was being done in preparation for a coup. This was being done as part of negotiations between Viktor Yanukovych, the pro-Russian president, and the opposition on forming a new government. So, there is that. And
So you see how just inadequate her explanations are when you actually hear what the fuck she's trying to excuse? It's just frankly pathetic.
I think, I'll just add one real quick thing in terms of this
What's
argument
happening on my microphone?
that,
Hold on.
What would
Is my mic being weird?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Why?
Good. No, because it looked like it was transmitting when I wasn't saying anything, and so I was like, use this to. Okay, ignore that. I'm gonna move on.
the United States do if Russia was cultivating alliances in the Western Hemisphere? Well, it's been cultivating an alliance with Venezuela forever. We haven't invaded Venezuela, as far as I can tell. You may have heard of BRICS, which is the alliance that includes Brazil, Russia, India, and China, and South Africa. So, Brazil is part of a coalition with Russia. Again, I don't see any American troops in Brazil. So.
Yep.
Yeah, Brazil is wicked close to the United States. Only 4,000 miles away.
I mean, this idea that, and the idea that we have to take everything that Vladimir Putin says as reflecting his real thinking. Even, Vladimir Putin has also said, among other things, that Madeleine Albright made a statement that Siberia shouldn't belong to Russia because it's it just has too much natural wealth to belong to one country, which is a complete canard. This is something that Putin has repeated as a fact. So I don't know if it's delusional. I don't know if he's promoting these fictions as a justification for wars of aggression. But I think giving Putin too much credence, I think, is really unwarranted. So, that's.
And that was astoundingly pathetic of her as a rebuttal.
That was it. What did she rebut? I don't understand.
It's like she acted like listening to Putin's motive is tantamount to just believing every word that he says. But so you have to listen to Putin's stated motives and compare that against the situation that he's been placed in, and parsing how rational it is. And so you can understand, again, like Scott rightfully pointed out, you can understand the justifications without justifying his actions. These things, so you can understand that this shit didn't magically fall from the sky without saying, therefore, what he did is correct. There's two different connections there. They don't have to be one, be separate. And what she's trying to do is connect them unnecessarily when they don't need to be. And it would be effective if Scott hadn't already addressed this up front.
Yeah, he kind of got out in front of that one.
Yep.
Thank you. Well, first of all, regarding Madeleine Albright there, I wouldn't put it past her. The price is worth it. And look, yes, Bill Clinton was very chummy with Boris Yeltsin. That was part of, and I'm sorry, I should have specified, that was part of America kicking Russia while they were down, was inflicting the regime of Boris Yeltsin and then leading to Vladimir Putin on the people of Russia. People talk about what a gangster Vladimir Putin is. How do you think he got the job? And everyone knows, you might have even seen, there's a movie with Jeff Goldblum about how they rigged the election of 1996 for Boris Yeltsin. They poured in billions of dollars, they stuffed ballots, and they ran 1,000 focus groups and public relations, Madison Avenue, full-scale campaign to re-elect Boris Yeltsin over the Russian people's dead body. They already wanted rid of him so bad at that point. And then, of course, it was Yeltsin who hired Putin to fight the war in Chechnya in two of them, in 97 and then again in 99, which is how he made his rise to power. And in fact, as will be detailed in my book coming out whenever it finally comes out, but I have multiple very credible sources for it. Bill Clinton's CIA was backing, with the Saudis, backing the terrorists in Chechnya in 1999 in the war against the Russians to try to help disrupt the reopening of an old Soviet oil pipeline that went through there. As part of his dance with the devil, at the same time Al-Qaeda was already attacking us, Bill Clinton was still supporting them that whole decade long. And this was in Vladimir Putin's declaration of war from February, too. And you supported the terrorists in Chechnya in 1999 and 2000 against us, too. You think we forgot that? Now, that might sound like some Alex Jones BS, but it's not. It's true. And, of course, the Russians, even though the Americans might have forgotten it and don't care about it, the Russians sure don't. They consider it the height of importance. Now, to me, right now, regardless of what anyone else in North America thinks, I think that Joe Biden's refusal to send Antony Blinken, our Secretary of State, to Geneva to meet with Sergei Lavrov to achieve some kind of ceasefire in this war is the greatest political scandal of the 21st century and maybe in the last century. This is, as John Mearsheimer said on the NewsHour, imagine the Cuban Missile Crisis, but Kennedy refuses to talk to Khrushchev the whole time. Could have all been killed. And that is the comparison here. We're 4 months into this war, and Antony Blinken hasn't talked to Sergei Lavrov since February the 15th? And that's because they wanted this war to happen. And I admit I fell down on the job, and I wasn't paying close enough attention in the run-up to the war to the different signs that the Americans, as serious as the Russians were not trying to stop this war. Biden's take was, you better not do it, or else. But he wasn't willing to negotiate. We know they refused to discuss NATO membership for Ukraine and other things. And you can find in the press where people like Admiral Stavridis said, well, listen, we don't know the first thing about defeating an insurgency. He told the New York Times. But we sure know how to back one, like we did in Afghanistan in the 1980s and like we did in Syria. Now, this is just 4 months after America finally left Afghanistan after the consequences of that operation in the 1980s. And these people have Afghanistan in their mouth. And the dirty war in Syria, Obama's dirty war that led directly to the rise of the Islamic State Caliphate and Iraq War III and another 500,000 people killed. And these Democrats say, this is the model, this is what we want to bring to Eastern Europe. We want to pour these arms in. And their assumption was that the Ukrainian state would be defeated quickly and that they would be arming an insurgency led by, yes, Hitler-loving Nazis, the Azov Battalion and the Right Sector and the Adar Battalion and these other guys who the Western press, the New York Times, the Washington Post, the BBC and Channel 4 and everybody else has covered this for years. The influence of the great-grandsons of the Galatian SS from World War II and their role in this war. You know, in World War II, we allied with Stalin to fight against the Nazis. Now we're aligned with Nazis against Republican Russia? Are you kidding me? This is absolutely insane, and it's risking nuclear war. It has us closer, or at least at the same risk or worse of nuclear war as we've been since the early 1980s and the height of Reagan's brinksmanship, or even the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962. And in her opening argument, I know it's short for time in a debate, yes, we should send in arms and coordinate intel and help Ukraine fight the war was just one throwaway line without even the slightest regard for what the possible consequences of that could be. And in case you haven't looked it up on YouTube later, just one H-bomb can kill your entire hometown. That's it. It's not a risk worth taking. Thank you.
Yeah.
And this is one thing that I think is very, very important to always reiterate is the consequences of war. What the fuck war is. It's not just this idea of, national defense or, defense of democracy or sovereignty. It is destruction. It is risking our entire existence, especially when it comes to doing this shit against Russia, because Russia has the ability to obliterate our entire continent.
Yeah, they're a nuclear superpower.
And they're on the ground fucking, military prowess is not relevant here, because when they see our threat to them is rightfully perceived as entire destruction, and so the response is going to be measured against that threat. And this is not fucking kids games here, and it's astoundingly scary to know this, and also know the history of American war games and how they always proceed, which is as aggressive as possible and ends in our entire fucking destruction. This was something that Dick Cheney was notorious for in his the running of his war games, is that it would always end in absolute fucking destruction every fucking time. This was a really interesting part of, I think, Enough Already, his book on Afghanistan. He talks about Dick Cheney's war games. It's fucking terrifying.
We come now, thank you to both. We come now to the Q&A portion of the afternoon. Line up with your questions, and then please phrase your question as a question. No need to identify yourself. If there's anybody in particular you're addressing a question to, state that as well. First question, please.
My question is for Scott. You gave a great summary of the provocation. What do you think Putin's other option would have been? What would have been a better play?
That's a good question, and honestly, I plead guilty that I've really not thought very hard about this and talked with other great experts about this. But I know just one throwaway line that I saw on Twitter that made perfect sense to me, just kind of right off the top of a friend's head, was, well, he could have just cut off all natural gas to Europe altogether and said, you can see how serious I am about this. It's like people said we should have set off a nuke offshore to demonstrate to the Japanese before using one on their cities, this kind of thing. Maybe he could have gone a little bit further in demonstrating how serious he was before ordering a full-scale attack like that. There had to be another way than to do what he's done. And quite frankly, my only dog in this hunt is I'm on the side of the Ukrainians. My wife is from Ukraine. She has family there now. And in fact, she has family in Russia as well, a young man who's in danger of being conscripted into this war. Tens of thousands of people have been killed. It's a total horror show. So it should have been something else.
Kathy, comment from you on the question and the answer. Any comment, Kathy?
Well, I mean, I think that Putin could have just not invaded. I think it's, I really do not believe that there was like any sort of imminent security threat to Russia. In terms of like NATO membership for Ukraine, I think it's been made very clear that it wasn't anywhere close to that. I mean, right now, as a result of Russia's attack, NATO is expanding. So, I mean, if that was Putin's concern, I think he's achieved the absolute, the exact opposite of whatever he set out supposedly to do. In terms of looking out for the Ukrainian people, I think right now something like, is it 89% of Ukrainians say that they want to fight, that they don't want to negotiate, they don't want to, because negotiating basically means that you're going to leave hundreds of thousands of people under an incredibly brutal occupation that is currently, taking Ukrainians to Russia as slave labor, essentially. I mean, this is like, we're talking really like World War II Nazi, well, I don't want to bring up the Nazis because they're not sending people to gas chambers, but I mean, I think that's concerning enough. So I think, right now, close to 90%, if not more, of Ukrainians say that they want to fight and defend their country as long as it's humanly possible. So I think, if we want to respect the wishes of the Ukrainian people.
So we should arm them and let them fight to the very last Ukrainian. That's how noble of us.
Yeah. It's only the right thing to do.
We should just risk all of Ukraine's lives because they want to do it, so let's give them the guns to do it. Why not? Because Ukraine could win against Russia. That's reasonable. It's not like they're fucking having their asses handed to them now. No, that's not happening.
Apparently, according to these folks, no, it's not. We're only sending them, $8 bajillion fucking dollars and all these guns and stuff because they're winning so good.
It's really just a game of hide the ball with her arguments, isn't it? Just don't fucking pay attention to what I'm not talking about.
This is certainly what they seem to want.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Next question.
Hi, this is directed at Kathy. Thank you for taking the position. I heard you mention, and I'm obviously biased against sort of foreign entangling alliances and whatnot. I'm wondering if you have some concrete examples of how Russia might be attempting to expand the empire. You mentioned earlier that Russia is attempting to reestablish sort of the old guard, and then mentioned sort of dismissively that they're in Brazil, I believe it was. Is that an attempt to expand the empire, and is that something that is worth the entangling alliance to prevent, or is it not a big deal?
Oh, I mean, I don't think it's a big deal. I mean, I think that it's, Russia clearly wants really in large part, I think, for the Kremlin elite's self-esteem to be seen as a player, as a big player on the international stage, because I think that was really the great blow to the sort of the...
This is unique to Russia and definitely not something U.S. wants at all. Nope.
Yeah, of course.
The Russian political establishment's ego that suddenly they went from being an empire and like the other superpower to being, viewed by many as a second-rate, if not third-rate country.
And I could be wrong about this one, but like one of the things that was especially alarming for the United States and spurred their support of the Euromaidan coup was the fact that the new president, who was elected as initially a pro-U.S. regime person, he was democratically elected, he wanted to eventually get off of the U.S. petrodollar and I think get on whatever the fuck the Russian version of the petrodollar was. And so there's a lot of, in terms of the American war state, the petrodollar is a very important influence. And there was this one conspiracy chick that I loved who was talking about that. She was kind of fucking smooth-brained on China, but she had some really good content on like the like American kind of the sort of like conspiracy sided like like secret societies and fucking corporate alliances. Like, what was it, the Project for a New American Century, and the Bilderberg Group, and these like kind of like neo corporate fucking think tanks that spawned, or that were like especially popular in like the post 9/11 Bush era, that were really popular amongst like basically the proto conspiracy theorists, like the precursors to who we have now, and yeah, essentially the stuff has been going on for a while. It's super fascinating stuff.
I mean, I'm fine with Russia trying to maintain foreign alliances as long as it does it in a peaceful way. So, you know, I don't think that's a problem. I have a problem when they try to bully countries around them from pursuing the course of development that they want. And can I just add like a real quick, because Scott was quoting John Mearsheimer before, and you know, I mean, I think he's a respected scholar, but he does have a very strong point of view that essentially large powers have the sort of natural right to dominate the countries around them, and therefore, you know, Russia is entitled to its sphere of influence. So I think, you know, you'll just kind of have to remember that that's where he comes from. I disagree with that, so.
Comment from you, Scott, on the question or the answer? Comment from you, Scott.
Sure. First of all, I think Mearsheimer's position is that that's the way of the world, that major powers are going to do things like prevent a minor power next door to them from allying with a major power far away or something like that. Not that that's right, but that's the reality that we have to deal with. And people say, oh, Ukraine can join whatever alliance they want. Well, can Mexico join whatever alliance they want? No, they can't. And that's the way of the world. And that's simply a recognition of reality as far as that goes. But as far as the Ukrainians would rather keep fighting, might that have something to do with the $50 billion worth of arms and all the support and the intelligence that were given them? And might they have negotiated on better terms for their own future months ago if we were not intervening? For example, there's a real question now whether the Russians are going to go all the way to Moldova and absorb the Transdniester, this breakaway province on the Moldovan-Ukrainian border. Well, they'd have to take Odessa and the entire southern coast of Ukraine to do so. But that's far beyond what they were ever asking for in the first place. That's far beyond if Ukraine had even given them the whole damn Donbass. And so now we have essentially by making these promises to them, we've created this moral hazard and again led them further down the primrose path towards even worse danger. And you look at like the Baltic states don't have any current.
What did I say? That we were enabling them because we are so willing to fight down to the last Ukrainian. This is fucking child's play. These are kids games that even like the most cursory examination of the history and the motives of the powers involved could tell you. And yeah, you could fucking argue this shit. And yeah, we don't write books on foreign policy like Scott does, so.
Conflicts with Russia. There have been, some controversies over the rights of ethnic Russians in there, but nothing, no threats of military intervention or anything like that, except the government of Lithuania, speaking of the lessons of Versailles, the government of Lithuania has just closed the easement, the corridor between Russia and Kaliningrad, this little strip of land on the Baltic Sea between Lithuania and Poland. And they used to have the right to this corridor. Well, that's how World War II started, was Hitler insisting on his corridor to Danzig, this German city that had been stripped away after World War I. Now we're recreating that same kind of situation. And this is a quote from the New York Times. A Lithuanian defense official told the New York Times that a Russian attack, quote, is highly unlikely because Lithuania is a member of NATO. If this were not the case, they probably would consider it. In other words, Scrappy Doo is out there trying to get us into a fight. And we gave him permission to do so. And who even knows, here, the capitals of the Baltic states, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia. You willing to trade your hometown? I see one hand, two hands in the air. Okay, five. You guys are pretty. educated audience, I would screw them up, you know, which one is Talon, etc. So,
given what's come up, I just want to ask, exercise moderator's prerogative to ask Kathy a question. Kathy, just to put a fine point on the idea of the double standard, just hypothetically, grant the hypothetical, the Soviet Union appoints Canada or Mexico to be a part of the Warsaw Pact defensive military group of nations. The Soviet Union has some intervention in the politics of Mexico or Canada. Do you really think the U.S. would not respond militarily to such meddling in two countries that are off our borders? That's my hypothetical.
Well, you know, I think that, first of all, with the Soviet Union, the Cold War and the Soviet Union versus the Warsaw Pact is an entirely different situation than anything we've had in recent years.
Just a hypothetical. Well, Russia establishes a military alliance with Mexico and gets politically involved in meddling in Mexican political affairs, or does the same thing in Canada. Off our borders, Russia's directly involved in saying, oh, it's all defensive, just military defenses in Mexico and Canada against the possible. What would the U.S. do? Do you think we would just accept it? We wouldn't invade? We wouldn't respond militarily?
I don't think we would respond militarily.
I
think we would, you mean like Russia, not the Soviet Union?
Russia, I said Russia.
Okay,
that's Russia, the country,
I mean, I think that there would certainly be a lot of very strong diplomacy. I really cannot see the U.S. invading Canada, the U.S. invading Mexico. I mean, Mexico, by the way, had extremely friendly relations with Fidel Castro for all of the duration of the Soviet Empire. We didn't invade Mexico over that. So I mean, I think this idea that, you know, we go around invading like anyone who forms an alliance we don't like, I think is bizarre.
Okay, comment. Yeah.
Sure, I just need a short amount of time for this one.
Go ahead.
This is how we got into World War I. Is the Zimmerman telegram promised a German alliance with Mexico, and we declared war against Germany. That was it. And by the way, who in the world in the middle of World War I thought the Germans were coming to Mexico to help them retake the American Southwest? But that was good enough for Woodrow Wilson. Don't even think about it. And because the lesson was the Germans ought not to be talking that way, not whether they could really accomplish such a thing or not. And then, you know, Cuba, you talk about Cuba. Cuba wasn't the world empire. Cuba was one of the satellite states of the Soviet Union. So Mexico's more or less friendly relationship with them is irrelevant. It wasn't a military alliance of any kind. And America did do an illegal coup d'etat, which failed in the Bay of Pigs. And we almost got into a nuclear war during the Cuban Missile Crisis when the Russians put nuclear missiles in Cuba, and Jack Kennedy announced that he would burn the whole world to the ground before he let that continue. Remove your missiles or else, he said, and forced them out. And as Putin said in his speech, he said when he declared war, again, I'm not saying this is a good enough reason to declare war, but I'm saying it's a reasonable argument. He said, and he ticked off the times, your what-you-call missiles, if they were placed in Kharkiv, could get here in 15 minutes. Your Tomahawks could get here in 10. And if you installed hypersonic missiles in Kharkiv, they could be in Moscow in 5 minutes. He said, this is like a knife at our throat. What are we supposed to do? Nothing?
If anyone was talking about installing missiles in Kiev, American missiles in Kiev, then that would actually be a valid argument. But I don't know why we're even discussing the hypothetical when.
Well, Bill Clinton promised not to put military equipment into the countries that he brought into the military alliance, and then he did it anyway. And in fact, you guys will remember that when Putin, in his demands last December, said, "I want all NATO military forces that have been expanded into Eastern Europe and the new NATO countries brought back to where they were in 1997, they treated 1997 like it was 1897. Are you crazy? We're not going back. What's 1997 have to do with anything? Oh, it was just Bill Clinton's solemn oath that, yes, we're expanding our alliance, but we promise not to move our equipment in. So now Vladimir Putin is supposed to accept that we're making Ukraine a de facto member of NATO, even in the words of American officials in the New York Times. But no, don't worry, we promise never to put missiles in, and if we do, it'll be too late for you to do anything about it because there'll be 5 minutes from Moscow. So again, I'm not saying that's a good enough reason to invade, but it's just ridiculous to say that's not a legitimate security concern. That's just a hollow excuse. Come on.
Well,
I mean, it's just as simple as that. Because look, this expansion isn't nothing. This expansion isn't just symbolic agreements. This is military capability on Russia's doorstep. And as much as I don't believe Russia or any other state to be legitimate, or any other ruler to be legitimate, the reality of the situation is they do rule over a nation that recognize them as a ruler, and they have interests and they have motives, and there's actions that can exacerbate violence and there's actions that can pacify potential violence. And you have to acknowledge the reality of these situations. And again, by pretending that history started in February, you're going to get the solutions wrong. It's just natural. If you're not acknowledging both the motives of both sides, you're just calling one a liar and a misleading, and not acknowledging their actual point of view and the rationality of their reaction to very real encroachment and aggression is just, I mean, it's gonna land you in hot water with people who are willing to actually acknowledge that shit.
Oh, you've got a chance to come in. Let me question here.
Yes, sir. I would just like to add first, before my question, if I may, to the comments made
Make it
here.
short, please.
I'll make it short. First of all, 3 words: military-industrial complex.
Money.
Our president, Dwight D. Eisenhower, who ran World War II, basically, came into office. On his way going out, he said the greatest threat to America and the world as a whole is the military-industrial complex. If Kennedy had listened to the military-industrial complex, who said, take out those missiles in Cuba now before they're active, we would not be having this conversation, because they were already active and they were told the first sign of aggression to hit that button.
That's completely correct.
So my question is, we were told by Mr. Putin what his legacy was going to be way ahead of time. His legacy was to rebuild the motherland.
What's the question?
Well, here's what it is, sir. You have to lead into this. That included his incursion into Crimea. That included his incursion in 2008 into Georgia. Georgia first, Crimea second, and then into the Ukraine third. Each one of those times he was acting on what he said he was going to do, first of all. Why did we put that pipeline in when we already had plans drawn up for a pipeline from underneath the East Mediterranean Sea with vast resources that was going to go across Italy and supply the needs of the future of Europe for the long term? You know why? Because of the industrial military complex.
Is that your question, Dwight? Okay.
Look, I think essentially that's correct. Well, the first thing and the last thing you said kind of negate the second thing you said. What it is.
You have to sit down, sir.
What it is.
Sir, you're gonna have to sit down. You've spoken your piece. Thank you very much. But go ahead. Yeah.
No, what it is because of the military-industrial complex and because of the American empire. For one example, they had this policy beginning with Bill Clinton to stick as many straws in the Caspian Basin as they could and suck that energy south, east, west, anywhere but through Russia to get to the world's customers. This is why Bill Clinton's government backed the rise of the Taliban in Afghanistan in 1996, is they wanted the Taliban to take over the whole country and guarantee security for a pipeline from Turkmenistan down to the port of Karachi in Pakistan. And this was, part of, and this goes to why it negates the second thing you said about Putin's imperial ambitions. I don't know what exactly it is that you're quoting that he supposedly said, but in the case of Georgia and in the case of Crimea and the rest of what's gone on in Ukraine, and for that matter, in the case of Russian intervention in Syria, it was all America's fault in the first place. Russia, for example, in Crimea, again, as I said in the debate, had 24 years after the fall of the Soviet Union had maintained a lease on the Sevastopol naval base. It wasn't until the coup d'etat junta threatened to kick them out of there, that they said, no, thank you. And in fact, Putin actually did an interview where he said, sarcastically, he said, we thought about how nice it would be to go and visit our friends, the NATO sailors, down there at the new naval base, their new naval base in Sevastopol. And then we thought, no, we'd rather that you come and visit us at our base instead, and we'll just keep the base. And so that was simply what happened there. Imagine some foreign power trying to take San Diego from the United States of America. What do you think would happen to them? Ultimate violence.
Comment from you, Kathy.
Well, I want to say that, first of all, I'm not even really sure where the San Diego example comes in, because that
it's
is
an
actually
important naval port.
It's U.S. territory. I mean, I think we can argue about whether Ukraine had a good reason to repeal the lease at that point, considering Russia's actions toward Ukraine. I completely reject the idea that it was, a junta, a coup. I really don't even want to get into the whole, Azov battalion thing, which
Of course you don't want to get into the Azov.
I was going to pause and say that.
You called her out. That's funny.
Because how could you and turn out on top of that? Because no, she's gonna say it was only 1%, and like we've never heard that argument before.
I could. I could. But
Tell me on a scale of 1 to 10 how much they love Adolf Hitler. Go.
Yeah, right. Well, let's. I mean, that would probably take us an hour, and
It's 10. They love Adolf Hitler 10 on a scale of 1 to 10. You can read it in the BBC, where they said they're here to rid the world of the Jewish-led Untermenschen and save the white race. One of the major militias is called C-14. That stands for the 14 words of the slogan of the white supremacists. Give me a break.
Yeah, that was written by a guy who co-founded the Azov Battalion. It is really not, I mean, the fact that there were some bad people involved with co-founding.
It's just the fact that there were some bad people involved in co-founding is what? Kat? What could possibly absolve open Nazis co-founding a group? What could possibly be argued to be noble or good or supportable about what you state to be Nazis co-founding? Not just like kind of like, yeah, they got some members who, like they were bad dudes and everybody else was like, fuck you, guy, but they didn't kick him out and they were just kind of like in the corner, doing their own thing, like jerking off a little bit, and everybody just kind of allowed it to happen. They helped co-found it.
Methinks they may have had by co-founding, they may have had some influence there, I think.
Yeah, maybe their interests are important. And yeah, Jenny, we've gone at it like 4 hours and we still got a little bit of time in this debate. So it's been fun.
What is currently a regiment in the Ukrainian army really doesn't mean that it's a Nazi outfit today. He doesn't have anything to do with it today. Which is why, we really can't have this argument, because it would really take way too much discussion of the specifics of, what happened.
And they don't fly those symbols today. They don't talk about that today.
Black suns on their uniforms or anything. He has nothing to do with it, so, that's removed all the influence, right?
With the Ukrainian
They're
army.
moderate reform Nazis.
By the way,
we can accept that, right, guys?
Do you want to talk about the Russian fascists who run Donbass? I mean, do you want to talk about the fact that, like, the guy who was the first... first of all, do you want to talk about the fact...
Yeah, Scott's unprepared to talk about this.
...that the first defense minister and the first president of the so-called Donetsk Republic were both Russian citizens, both of them with extensive ties to fascist groups? I mean, do you want to talk about the fact that the guy who was the self-appointed people's governor of Donetsk, who co-founded the separatist republic, was part of the Russian National Unity, which is, which has a fascist logo. I mean, do you want to talk about Alexander Dugin and his extremely intimate involvement with the whole, Novorossiya project, which is the retaking of Eastern Ukraine for Russia? I mean, this is fascist times 10, this is, not to mention that those, the Donetsk and Luhansk republics actually are run as fascist states. The fact that you take seriously the plebiscites that happened in these places is just mind-boggling. There's an actual, if you want to talk about recordings, there's an actual recording of one of the separatist leaders talking to one of his Russian handlers and saying that, well, there's a war going on, we can't really do a referendum right now. And the Russian guy says, wait, you're actually serious about doing this fucking referendum? You're gonna go and have people actually write things down in bulletins? Fuck it, just write that 90% of the people voted for the independent republic, and that's it. And by the way, I think he said 99%, and then he said, oh no, let's make it 89%. And that actually happens to be the actual number that supposedly voted for an independent republic. Who are we kidding? These are not. No sane person takes these quote-unquote plebiscites seriously. These are places that are essentially run as torture camps.
Do you think that Yanukovych won the election of 2010? That was verified by the EU? Who voted for him?
Actually, yeah, he won it with a false promise of, facilitating, because he had rebranded from a Kremlin ally to the centrist who was going to maintain a good relationship with both Russia and the EU. And, then he screwed the people who supported him by saying, no, we're not going to do this deal with the EU, which was not going to put Ukraine on track to a full EU membership, but was going to definitely be about integrating Ukraine into Europe, which is when the people came out on the square.
Actually, what happened was the EU changed the deal on him at the last minute at the meeting when he showed up to sign it.
Right,
he said,
so
I feel like a bride who showed up at my wedding to be greeted with a prenuptial agreement, and I don't think I'm in love with you anymore, and I'm going home.
So it's completely irrelevant that at the same time Putin was strong-arming him into rejecting this deal and claiming to offer him a better deal. That's... Seriously, nothing is ever Putin's fault. He is only ever the put-upon victim. Was Yanukovych legitimately impeached, by the way, by the time he was ousted? He was impeached by the Ukrainian parliament, which was also legitimately elected. And this is when he decided to beat it and, ran off to Russia taking wagon loads of stolen wealth with him. So,
next question.
Question for the both of you. Do sanctions work and who they hurt? Thank you.
What's the question again?
Do sanctions work and who they hurt?
Do the sanctions. Okay. You want to talk about talk about sanctions. Go ahead.
Yes, they work, but not for the stated purpose. They do not, in very, very rare cases, do they compel changes in behavior by the subject governments. But if your purpose is to simply crush the Iranian or Syrian economy and keep it crushed, then they're very good for that. In this case, it seems like the sanctions regime against Russia is already backfiring and is strengthening their economy. They're oil exporters, so help create a brand new crimp in supply and global supply and jack up the price even higher than price inflation was already causing. And they have a huge windfall, and even the Biden government, anonymously, Biden government officials were complaining about this to the Wall Street Journal last week, that, geez, it seems to be backfiring against us. But overall, it's meant to be a war, of course, against helpless civilians. In the 1980s, in the 1990s, they would say about the blockade against Iraq that, well, everybody knows with the oil for food program that Saddam Hussein is taking all the money and he's spending it all on his palaces. That was a cliche. He's spending it all on his palaces. Well, then maybe we should lift the blockade and reopen trade with the country and figure out a different way to proceed. If he is not suffering at all, you're telling me he's redecorating while people are starving to death, then it's not working for what you said it was supposed to accomplish. It's just accomplishing All horse show. And by the way, this was, of course, one of the main reasons cited by bin Laden for attacking the United States. America maintaining bases in Saudi to wage this blockade and the no-fly zone bombing campaign against Iraq and starving the people of Iraq all through the 1990s. That's how those towers came down.
Comment from you, Kathy.
Right. Well, first of all, I think the sanctions in this case have been actually pretty carefully targeted to primarily hurt a lot of people in the Russian oligarchy and the Russian establishment and target their personal wealth. So I think these sanctions actually have been better calibrated to, hit the people who deserve to be hit. In terms of, I mean, are they working perfectly? No, certainly not. And I mean,
the weasel framing perfectly, working perfectly. And then you can just brush away the imperfections as just, that's what happens because the world isn't perfect. And who it affects is just who it affects. And they're not real people at all.
I think the dependency of Western Europe on Russian oil and gas is scandalous. I think this is a situation that Western Europe should have never gotten into, and I don't want to get started on nuclear power, because this is going to take us in a whole other direction. But I mean, this is something that really should not be should not be taking place. Obviously, as long as the dependency continues, the sanctions are not going to have real bite. But yeah, I mean, I think it's a good thing.
So Scott was right.
Right now to signal to Russia that it is a pariah state, because I think Russia is, the Russian establishment is very, very concerned about its ego and its international image. So, I mean, I think that is it possible that there will be some sort of regime change because of this? I don't know. I mean, I'm actually not at all blind to the possibility that regime change in Russia could pose serious dangers. I mean, I think this is something that needs to be considered very, very carefully. But at the same time, I mean, can a country be allowed to behave as Russia is currently behaving? Absolutely not. I mean...
Can I just...
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, sure.
This is the point. This is what they have said over and over again, anonymously and officially. Even the Secretary of State and Secretary of Defense have said, we're trying to weaken Russia. We're trying to prolong this war. We're pouring these weapons to prolong this war, to weaken Russia, even to the point of regime change in Moscow, which they somehow think would be beneficial rather than what would occur to any average person anywhere, as taking an absolutely extraordinary risk of the apocalypse over political differences with a country that is no longer run by the evil communists, but instead by essentially corrupt conservative Republicans, who we ought to be able to live with and deal with.
Coming from you, Kathy? No?
Well, I don't think that trying to crush the country next door because of political differences with it is something that we can regard as acceptable political differences with the current regime in Russia. I think, there is huge evidence of Russia's interventions everywhere to promote, incidentally, fascist forces. I mean, Russia is really positioning itself currently as the sort of head of the illiberal international, where, it's allied every anti-liberal force that you can find, whether it's communist or fascist, you will find usually Russian financing behind it. So I think, Russia is a huge perpetrator right now of...
I want footnotes for that, other than just anonymous CIA claims in the Post.
Okay, well, next, I think this will probably have to be our final question. Lay it on us, sir.
Okay, this is for both of you. Given that Putin has the initiative, do you think the Ukrainians should give up and surrender and stop slaughter?
I guess that's...
Very well, sorry. What was it?
Well, if Putin has the initiative, should the Ukrainians give up and surrender? Is that your question? Yeah. Okay. Kathy, your answer.
Well, obviously, I don't think so. I mean, the vast majority of Ukrainians believe that they want to stand and fight, as long as they can. I don't think it has... I mean, would they surrender if they weren't given weapons? Yeah, they would have no other choice. But I mean, I think clearly no one wants to go to war just for the hell of it, just because, they give you weapons. I mean, I think they're seeing, Russia is very clear right now that it wants to stamp out.
They wouldn't go to war if they didn't have the weapons, but it's not that they would go to war just because they got weapons. Like yes, we understand that the desire to fight back against Russia or to lash out against Russia, is something that they want to do, but they understand the irrationality of it given the power structures at play here, and the fact that there's how rational or how informed do you think the Ukrainian public opinion is after you ban all press that is politically critical?
Yeah, the opposition, all opposition parties.
And then you ban the actual opposition party from being elected and from running and from campaigning, from making any political grounds whatsoever. And then you say, wow, it's just like everybody in who votes just wants to do what I want to do. That's clearly a good metric to use.
It's super popular, so popular that we had to ban everybody that was against it.
War is when everybody wants to do it. It's awesome.
National identity, that, the Ukrainian national identity as such is a threat to Russia, supposedly. I mean, they're very, very explicit about this at the moment, so I don't know what we're talking about. That's, clearly the Ukrainians want to fight, and they have the will and capacity to fight, and I think they've demonstrated in...
Well, no, will, not capacity. So you're arguing that we give them the capacity. That's the whole debate. Kathy?
Incredible, bravery and stamina in fighting back. So, the fact that maybe like half of 1% of their fighting force is involved with a regiment that has a dubious history with a white supremacist founder is unfortunate, but I don't think that should really materially influence the course of our support for Ukraine.
Coming from you, Scott.
I want a footnote for that low percentage, too. Listen, the international fascists are all going to Ukraine to fight on Ukraine's side against the Russians, including Nazis who participated in the riots at Charlottesville and who were arrested by the FBI, and including Nazis from all over Europe. It's just a lie that the Nazis of the West are on Russia's side in this thing. It just isn't true. And what should happen now, because this is a proxy war, America is the world empire and Ukraine is our client state. And America, our Secretary of State, should be in Geneva trying to hash out a deal to end the fighting immediately with the Russians right now. And if the Ukrainians want to, play like Hamid Karzai or whatever and refuse to go along with that and keep the war going, then that should be their problem. And America should cease all intervention immediately. But the fact of the matter is that before this war broke out, Putin's demands were reasonable. He wanted it in writing that Ukraine won't join NATO. He wanted to pull the military back like in the 1997 deal. He wanted a guarantee we weren't going to put missiles into Ukraine and these kinds of things. He wanted the Minsk II peace deal to be implemented and a real ceasefire in the east of the country. And I'm sure his demands are a little bit broader than that now, but all of that was reasonable in the first place. And there should be, essentially Russia has been appeasing the United States this whole time, and then they finally quit. And it's time for us to recognize that we're enough in the wrong that we can climb down a few pegs on the ladder as well and make a deal with it.
Sounds like you're going to summation. Okay, guys.
Jenny, so who's that lady? That lady is columnist Kathy Young, and she was earlier primarily known as like a feminist columnist who was also like sympathetic to like men's issues, but she's also been like politically some sort of like a Trump derangement sort of lady, but also tries to align herself as a libertarian. And in this debate, She is arguing for U.S. Giving military arms support to Ukraine to continue fighting against the Russian invasion. And Scott is arguing that we should not be involved in this whole deal. And so yeah, that's the whole framing and premise of the debate.
Okay, we're going to have to give you just 4 minutes for summation rather than 5, because we want to respect the next event and we want some time for voting. So you'll get the chance to talk to the debaters afterwards. Kathy, take it away with your 4 minutes of summary. Take the podium. You want to do it from here?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. All right.
Do it from here. Go ahead.
Sure. Yeah.
4 minutes. Four minutes.
Right. Well, yeah, as far as I can tell, Scott's position is basically that, again, everything that Putin says and does needs to be absolutely taken at face value. Everything that Putin.
Nope. It's not that
a little bit.
It's not that it should be taken at face value. It's that you should consider that Russia has a position that can be deduced based off of just imagining that you're Russian and in the Russian government and are facing the very real actions of the U.S. government. You just have to pretend that instead of being over here in America, you're over there in Russia. And then you just use your thinking noggin cap to just think about how you'd feel if you were there, you controlled that, and U.S. started doing what it did. It's not that fucking hard of a concept. It's not really that difficult.
Is completely defensive. He is the innocent victim who is only ever, put upon by the United States and American allies. I think, first of all,
and of course, to argue that the U.S. does some of these sorts of things to any sort of degree is just crazy, unreasonable conspiracy and not demonstrable by half a century or more of U.S. foreign intervention and dozens upon dozens of regime changes.
First of all, it is worth pointing out, by the way, that the conditions that Putin imposed included not only a guarantee that Ukraine will not join NATO, but also a guarantee that it will not join the European Union, which, what security concern does that pose to Russia? I mean, clearly, it is just really overwhelmingly clear that Russia's real concern is Ukraine sort of leaving its sphere of influence and not being available to become a building block for this, reinvented Russian empire that Putin has been talking about for ages, really, and that his ideologues have been talking about. I think it's really very foolhardy not to notice that, yes, while Putin made some friendly overtures to the United States early in his rule, he also showed signs very early on of wanting to reinvent the Soviet/Russian empire, complete with, among other things, even just symbolically bringing back the music of the Soviet anthem and bringing back the red flag as part of as the official banner of the Russian army. The initial quarrel between Russia and Ukraine was basically that Russia was backsliding toward authoritarianism and Ukraine wanted to be on a Western path of development. If you look at the conflict in Ukraine today, Donbass is the region that is still stuck in the Soviet heavy industry mode. I mean, to the extent that the people in Donbass are like authentic local separatists, they are the people who are Soviet nostalgists. They are the people who really just want the Soviet Union back the way it was. I mean, they brought back these, young people's communist organizations. By the way, Russian soldiers today in the Ukrainian towns that they're taking, they're putting up statues of Vladimir Lenin. I mean, I don't know how much more explicit you can get about the fact that this is about rebuilding some sort of simulacrum of, the Soviet Union / the Russian Empire. I think clearly, again, Ukraine wants to fight for its existence. Ukraine is facing a situation where its citizens are being kidnapped and forcibly taken to Russia. I mean, that's been very well documented. In terms of I just want to say about
And Azov, torture, and killings have not been documented at all. I'll just pretend.
about the war in Donbass.
And then if it is real, well, that just happens, right?
Yeah,
It's just normal.
Just only half of 1% to do this for bad reasons.
Again, these were gangster statelets that were, among other things, kidnapping Ukrainian citizens. I mean, this is not a completely aggressive war of attack by the Ukrainians on these separatist republics, which, yes, were led initially very much by Russian citizens. So, I think that I don't want to say that Ukraine has been completely blameless in all of this. By the way, just real quick, another factoid that Scott mentioned, the law that early on banned, demoted Russian language from the status of second official language. That was vetoed by the president at the time. Has Ukraine made some mistakes? Yes, but it is an aspiring democracy that is being attacked by an authoritarian neighbor, and I think that's really clear.
Thank you, Kathy. 4 minutes of summary, Scott. I'm sorry. Sorry to confuse you. Yeah. Go ahead, Scott. 4 minutes.
They're Nazis and they're commies, which is pretty bad. Now, I got these for my summation here. I got these talking points directly from Putin is an innocent angel, talkingpoints.com. .net. Because my loyalty is to him. Anyway, one time I was driving.
It's just I mean, come on. This is really how stupid that sort of argument, line is. We're repeating Putin talking points because we like that dude. That's where we like to be informed.
On the freeway in 2015, I was listening to NPR News. You ever listen to NPR News? I know you do. You have to, don't you masochists? And being interviewed by Robert Siegel was Ivo Dodler, the former American ambassador to something, I forget. And he was part of a study, I think it was the Brookings Institution, had a study with a lot of big names on it that said we should be pouring arms into Ukraine. Now, Obama, the first black president to support a Nazi coup d'etat junta in power, was afraid to arm them. And there are multiple sources he knew how radical and how bad the guys were that he just helped to put in power, and he was afraid to dump in arms. And so this think tank was demanding that we need to hurry up and do this, as they put it, to start sending Russians home in body bags. Now, Russia had not invaded at that time, but they had sent special operations forces essentially across the border to assist in the separatists, holding out defense against the attack by Kiev. And he said, we have to start sending body bags home to Russia. And Robert Siegel said, well, and then what's going to happen? And he said, well, that will cause the debate to go up in Russia. And something about how they'll all blame Putin rather than blaming us for killing their sons. And they'll all blame the government and want to come home immediately rather than wanting to double down and get some revenge for those who spilled their blood. The debate will go up. And Robert Siegel said, the debate will go up. I get it. That's good. And you see the same level of thoughtfulness in the policy that led to the war in Ukraine just last winter. In December, the Biden government told the New York Times, well, what we're doing is we're escalating the amount of weapons that we're pouring into Ukraine. Trump had started it. I don't want to leave that out. Trump had poured in the weapons. But the Biden government said last December, we're pouring in the weapons but we're carefully calibrating the amount so that it's enough to deter Russia so they won't invade, but it's not too much to provoke them that they will invade. Well, now here we are, 6 months later, and tens of thousands of people have been killed. So either they were lying about that and they were deliberately trying to provoke a war, or they really, really suck at calibrating how much offensive force to bring to bear on Russia's border, 1,200 miles east of the Elbe River, which used to be the dividing line back in the days of the old Cold War. We'll send Russians home in body bags. Question mark, question mark, question mark. And then after that, it'll be great. The debate will go up. That's your security force. That's who's in charge. Joe Biden and his men. And with that, I'll let you know that right after this, at the Mises tent, I'm signing copies of Enough Already, my book about the terror war. And next week, I'm coming out with a brand new book. It's called Hotter Than the Sun: Time to Abolish Nuclear Weapons, which is a collection of interviews of experts all about nuclear weapons going back 10, 15 years on the show there. I know you guys are really going to like it. And with that, thank you very much.
I did not know about that.
Okay, Connor. Okay, please sit down and start voting. I forgot to bring the Soul Forum Tootsie Roll with me, but it will be sent. The special will be sent to the winner. The debate is open. Please vote yes, no, or undecided on the U.S. response to a Russian invasion of another country involving the provision of ample weapons and complete support. Vote yes, no, or undecided. Okay. Interestingly enough, the yes vote picked up yes vote initially had 1.6% of the vote. It was at 1.6%. It's only one, but it did not pick up any votes, the yes vote. So that's the statement defeat. Did it pick up votes? The no vote went from 76.6% to 96.7%. But thank you both.
So yeah, a good like 20% of the undecided at the end decided after hearing Scott Horton talk.
I mean,
it's not surprising.
Yeah, you would, wouldn't you?
And it's just so and that's the thing that that last part that Scott was highlighting is especially important to point out. It's not just should my ideal interventionism take place in Ukraine, right? Like, oh, should my ideal scenario where we like give them the perfect amount of weapons and then they win, or properly defend themselves, is like not should my fantasies be carried out? That's not what's being argued here. It's like, should we give power to the people who will then exert their influence over the region, and will they do that to the benefit of the people of the region and to our benefit? Is that truly something that we have our faith in? And I mean,
Given the people that they are, I'd say unequivocally no.
It's like it's fucking patently obvious that we should fucking not. It's just only provable by every sensible metric that we can possibly muster to come to an answer to that question. It's the American war state is bad. That's not crazy. And especially if you've read a couple of Scott's books, or you've seen a couple of his speeches about, his knowledge on the subject. It's very, very easy to come to that conclusion.
Extremely sensible, yeah.
Okay, yeah, and with that, we come to an end to this longer of our podcast, but it was still really fun. And
not quite as long as the gun control one, but not a bad one.
Oh, true.
I think it was
yeah.
important.
Yeah, and I thought that would be a good debate because it just recently came out. Not even a week ago, and I hadn't seen it, so I thought it would be fun to watch on stream. And also that other video on the Mars. There was one more video that was mentioned. There was like a justifying shoplifting video, which I know that we've dealt with in like the classic Tumblr history. of shoplifters, but this was more of like a communist justification for shoplifting, which was funny. I got to go find that video and we'll watch it next time. I forget if it was by the same person who's done this moderate, how the moderate serves the right, or if it was a different guy. But yeah, it's a fun one to look over. And yeah, with that, I think we'll say goodnight and end the podcast. I hope you had fun.
Yeah, no, that was a great debate. That was good.
All right, everybody. We'll see you next time. Hopefully next week. Hopefully if schedule permits, and we'll find some new shit to cover. Say goodbye to everybody.
See ya.